What if Deku joined Team JPDE Compilation? Chapters 26 to 32. New Girls on the Block. Monday. Day 78. As soon as lessons were over for the day, Team JPDE had quickly gone to the cafeteria for lunch and then back to the dormitory. Well, that was the quickest cafeteria run ever, David said. We can eat while we talk. Come on, let's hurry, Penny said. Penny then entered their room. I guess she took a liking to her role as tactician, Evelyn said. Probably. But it's not only that, Jack said. If I had to take a guess, she's probably in a hurry because of Thriller. And Bella, David said. Then let's not keep our tactician waiting, Deku said. The others then joined Penny in their dorm. All right. Shoot, Penny, Deku said. Well, I'd like to, but as the tactician, I can only move forward with the briefing when given authorization by our commander, Penny said. Okay, Deku said. I see. Permission granted, tactician Penny, Jack said. Glady so, Commander, Penny said. The plan worked. Through David's senses, I managed to follow his aura through the pre-obsidian structure, if only for the brief seconds before he, and including Izuku, fell unconscious, Penny said. Wasn't exactly what happened, but... Yeah, David said. I'm sorry to say I haven't been able to actually find the body of the user. I suspect he was too far removed from our point of access for a timely scan. But now I have a grasp on how his semblance works and how to neutralize it, Penny said. And now the map, right, Evelyn asked. Wait, map? What map, Jack asked. How did they print something like this in less than one day, David asked. We have a professor who's an interested party, remember, Evelyn asked. Fair point, David said. What I've found are a kind of receptacle, points where the aura of this figure naming himself Bod was focused, concentrated, Penny said. So? He has been feeding his aura into the pre-obsidian structure for a decade. What kind of creature, Deku said. These points are arranged in a non-accidental way around the city. They form a pattern. An array of sorts that seems to split the city into well-defined areas, Penny said. This looks less like a semblance and more like a security system, Jack said. What was it he said? He didn't want anyone interfering with what was going on in the city, Evelyn asked. Whatever this affair of his may be, he told David to go to the mines to find out, Penny said. Which are all the way at the back. And I bet that the strongest concentration of aura is there, David said. Yes. Moving on, whatever these focal points are, I believe that by taking them out we will be able to liberate large areas of the city from the semblance. In theory, Penny said. And one of those points is right on top of the front gate, Jack asked. Precisely, Penny said. Fantastic. That leaves us with one itsy-bitsy problem. We can't use aura. I'll bet my ears that the debilitating whatchamacallit isn't the only defense this guy has at his disposal, Evelyn said. No aura. No problem. Me and Penny should be able to handle anything that comes our way, Deku said. Yeah, about that. I don't really want to send just the two of you in, Jack said. I agree. Let's try and find another way to explore the area, David said. Or someone willing to help us, keep their silence and who also happens to fight without aura well enough to act as rearguard for you two, Evelyn said. Sadly, I don't know of any other androids, Penny said. Even a cyborg would do, Evelyn said. I know many people who can fight without aura. But unless Remnant suddenly achieves space travel. Yeah, Deku said. Deku and Jack were currently in the kitchen having a small chat. So, what are you going to do for the rest of the day, Jack asked. I'll go see if Weiss is free. She's been teaching me to sing recently, Deku said. Oh, really? How's that going, Jack asked. It's slow going, to say the least. But Weiss is a very good teacher, Deku said. I see. Though before you go, I need to tell you what happened when me and David stepped out when Penny's father was here, Jack said. Okay. What happened, Deku asked. Well, Jack said as she started to recount what happened. An escort mission. But that's so. So Weiss said. Beneath me, Winter asked. I didn't mean it like that. But maybe, Weiss said. Normally you would be right, you boob, but this person I was tasked with escorting is Atlas's greatest scientist, Enrico Polendina. His protection cannot be entrusted to simple grunts, Winter said. I guess we worried for no reason, David said. Something the matter, children, Winter asked. We were just worried that Weiss was going to bring the house down on us, Jack said. So Winter is your older sister, Weiss, David asked. You know Win, of course you do. Polendina, he must be Penny's father or something. Yes, this is my sister, Winter Schnee, an Atlas specialist. Sister, these are Jacqueline B. Ivory, leader of Team JPDE, Weiss said. Ivory. Oh, Winter said. Been there, done that. It's a pleasure to be properly introduced, Winter, Jack said. I see. A pleasure, Winter said. And he's David Dik Begis, one of Jack's partners, Weiss said. One of Jack's partners, Winter asked. Yeah, they're a team of 5. Izuku is her other partner, Weiss said. I see, Winter said. His. Oh. Oh, no, Weiss said. Weiss. What's wrong, Winter asked. I don't even think about you two meeting up so soon. I'm not prepared. I don't know how to. Before I even, Weiss said. Weiss, what's the matter? You're hyperventilating, David said. Weiss breathes in and then out. You're going to have to improvise, Weiss. Just going to have to improvise, Weiss said. Weiss, seriously. What's wrong, Jack asked. Winter. You've met Izuku, Weiss said. Yes. I've known him since yesterday. Get to the point, Winter said. He's your future-in-law, Weiss said. He's what, Winter asked. Izuku's what, David asked. You what, Jack asked. Ah. Oh no. Too soon. Too fast, Weiss said. That's an understatement of the century, David said. My future. Izuku's your boyfriend, Winter asked. Not yet. But I plan to steal him, Weiss said. Steal, Winter asked. That. I mean, he already has a girlfriend, but Weiss said. Weiss then ran away. Blake. I require your collection to trashy literature, Weiss shouted. What did you just say about my books, Blake asked. I think I need to have a talk with my sister I should have had long ago, Winter said. Please do. For Izuku's sake, Jack said. Izuku. He's one surprising young man, Winter said. Winter then followed after Weiss. So. Does Weiss know about you, Penny and Evelyn being a thing with Izuku, Jack asked. Nope, David said. She does seem like a traditionalist, Jack said. So, yeah. That's what happened, Jack said. I see, Deku said. What are you going to do, Jack asked. Well. I guess I'll confront her about this and tell her about my relationship and see how she reacts, Deku said. That's probably for the best. There's no way the girls would allow Weiss to steal you, Jack said. Jack and Deku laughed. Deku then left for Team RWBY's room. Deku knocked on the door, though Ruby answered the door. Izuku. Hi, Ruby said. Hey, Ruby. I came to see Weiss, Deku said. Ruby scowled and then went back into her room. Deku then knocked on the door again. Ruby, what was that about, Deku asked. Deku then heard Weiss. Can't believe Weiss said. Weiss. Hello, Deku said. How, Weiss said. I told you to go away, Ruby said. You haven't told me anything, Deku said. Ruby, is that Izuku? Weiss asked. It's no one, Ruby said. What do you mean no one? Weiss asked. Weiss exited her room. Dust above, it really is you, Izuku. What happened? Weiss asked. I don't know. I just came by to talk with you and she closed the door in my face without saying anything, Deku said. Ruby. What's wrong with you? Weiss asked. He's the enemy. We don't fraternize with the enemy, Ruby said. He's not the... Oh, you're definitely, ultimately, without a shadow of doubt 5 years old. Let's go talk somewhere else, Weiss said. I'm so confused, Deku said. Weiss and Deku then left the dormitory and headed to the gardens. I'm so sorry you had to see that, Weiss said. I'm still not sure what exactly that was, Deku said. A teen being a child. Let's leave it at that, Weiss said. But isn't that how Ruby always is? Deku asked. Yeah. But she's acting so childish. Why is she angry on my behalf? Weiss said. And why is she angry on your behalf? Deku asked. Because no one on Team RWBY has ever lost a fight at Beacon. Well, until Jack defeated me in one punch. I see, Deku said. Sometimes I wonder why she's out leader, Weiss said. Well. I don't think you have much to stand on as of lately, Deku said. Huh? What do you mean? Weiss asked. Weiss. Jack told me what happened, Deku said. What are you? Oh, Weiss said. Yeah. But before we proceed further, I need to tell you about my relationship with Penny, Evelyn and David, Deku said. Wait, proceed further. And what's this about Penny, Evelyn and David? Weiss asked. Well, to tell the truth, all of us are dating each other, Deku said. Oh gods. Oh no. Oh gods, Weiss said. Weiss, are you okay? Deku asked. I have to go, Weiss said. Weiss then ran off. That could have gone better, Deku said. Deku then called Jack. Hey Jack, do we need anything from Vale? Deku asked. Deku was now in Vale. Jack had given him a list of things to get and was now making his way to the Bullhead Landing. He was passing the local bar when he saw Winter inside. Stupid. Stupid teenagers, Winter said. Miss Winter, Deku said. Who? Midoriya, Winter said. Deku noticed that Winter seemed to be drinking tea, but the bottle next to her suggested she was putting something else in her tea. Of all the places to wander to, Winter said. Sorry, but this is the fastest way to the Bullhead. Also, I've heard about Weiss. Outburst, Deku said. I see. Come sit. I want to talk with you, Winter said. Deku then entered the bar and sat down with Winter. So, you said you wanted to talk to me. That's what I said. But I'm struggling to find the right words. So I guess I should tell you what happened. I'm sure you were told that I was to give Weiss a talk, Winter said. Yes, I was, Deku said. Well. It did not go as I expected, Winter said. How so? Deku asked. You may have surmised that the focus of our discussion was going to be how trying to steal loved ones from their partners is unbecoming of human beings, let alone a shiny, Winter said. I guessed as much, Deku said. But I had sadly underestimated my sister's competitiveness. And the fact that despite her lineage, she is still a bloody teen. So her answer went something like, Winter said. Winter then started to recount what happened. Relationships aren't something you can just break for your own gain. So cease this ill-advised endeavor, Winter said. No, Weiss said. Excuse me, Winter asked. I won't. I won't do as you say, Weiss said. You won't. Have you listened to a word I've said? Consider their feelings, Winter said. And what about my feelings? I'm in love with Izuku, Weiss said. Weiss, I really doubt that. It's most probably just a temporary fancy, Winter said. A temp. Winter, how dare you? It's most certainly not, Weiss said. Weiss, your experience with this kind of matter is non-existent. I doubt you can tell the difference, Winter said. Oh, because you have so much experience to draw upon, Ice Queen, Weiss said. What? What did you just call me, Winter asked. The name everyone in your age group called you behind your back in Atlas. They joked and teased about how you would brush off anyone trying to get close to you, be it man or woman, Weiss said. That's... They didn't. Don't change the subject. We're talking about you here, Winter said. Indeed. You are talking about my love life without a leg to stand on. It's not a fancy or a crush. I like Izuku because he cares about me without caring about my name. And he shares my interest in dust. Willing to help me without even me having to ask. And so many other things. I will give up on my feelings only if and when he rejects MW. I certainly won't, based on the counsel of someone who's never even liked anyone in their entire life, Weiss said. Weiss then stormed out of her room. What? What just happened, Winter asked. I have liked someone before, Winter said quietly. I didn't quite catch that, Deku said. Never mind that last part. Point is, the situation is a mess, isn't it? I didn't think Weiss could get so fixated on something like this, Winter said. Yeah, Deku said. Considering she said she would only quit her endeavor when you rejected her, could I ask to do that sooner rather than later and put an end to all of this, Winter said. Why would I do that, Deku asked. Excuse me. This is the worst feeling of deja vu, Winter said. I appreciate your concern, Miss Winter, but you could have asked what I think about it, too, Deku said. What is there to think about, Winter asked. It's a long story. But suffice to say, me and my girlfriends and boyfriend haven't decided how to handle the Weiss situation yet, Deku said. I appreciate your concern, but I think it would be in everyone's best interest if... Girl. Friends, Winter questioned. And boyfriend. As I said. Complicated. Anyway, it's getting kind of late. Thanks for the talk, Miss Winter. Seems I have a few things to think about. Have a good night, Deku said. Deku then left the bar. This is shameless, Winter said. Tuesday. Day 79. What do you mean, no thanks, Howard asked. Exactly that. I changed my mind. I won't pursue the secondary objective of capture of our target any longer and limit myself to the primary task of observation, Thiller said. What are you trying to do, Howard asked. I will do nothing more than what is asked of me, Howard, Thiller said. You bitch, Howard said. Oh, no need to get vulgar, Howard. You could do the same without any repercussions, Thiller said. Unlike you, I'm loyal towards the boss, Howard said. True. And in your eyes, capturing David would be the best way to help him. Despite the boss's wishes. Well, he didn't expressly forbid us from trying to capture him. Point is, Howard. You should probably rethink what is in whose best interests. That's what I did, Thiller said. Thiller then left the room. Damn it, Howard said. David had gathered all members to Team Jaddy and had told them about a proposal to work at Junior's. I really don't know about this, David Evelyn said. I'm veering more towards no myself, Penny said. That makes it two of us, Jack said. I don't think you should take this in your current state and situation, Deku said. Yeah, I know what you mean. Which is why I wanted to discuss it out loud with all of you. And honestly, I feel like I should at least try the job, David said. Despite your current issues, Penny asked. Exactly because of those issues, David said. You mean like some kind of therapy over the impression Bella left you with, Jack asked. Let's not act like it isn't some thing that people with little morals would exploit the hell out of. A way to make me freeze like a deer caught in headlights. I mean, this seems the safest way to do it, you know. I will no doubt be under observation at all times so the girls can stop anyone who goes too far. They're kind of brutal with troublemakers, David said. Can't I just give you 1,000 hugs a day, Evelyn asked. Hey. Sorry, David said. Just promise you won't force yourself to continue, Penny said. I want you out of that joint the moment you feel uncomfortable or under pressure, partner, Jack said. Of course, David said. How about I accompany you on your first few outings? Just to make sure, Deku said. That's a good idea actually, David said. That makes me feel a bit better about this, Penny said. Anyone messes with Blondie D, they'll get a fistful of green D, Evelyn said. Evelyn, I thought you weren't extending the relationship yet, Jack joked. Wednesday. Day 80. Deku was currently trying to think of someone who would be able to go with him and Penny into the main gate of Peak. Even though the two of them were perfectly able to go in together, Deku had to agree that a third person would be very helpful. He thought Pyrrha would be a good choice, but he really didn't want to put her in danger, no matter how good of a fighter she was. He thought about maybe Jack or Evelyn could wear armor, but that would have restricted their movements. Deku then noticed Cinder, Emerald and a guy with silver hair in the gardens. Hey, Cinder. Emerald, Deku said. Hey, Emerald said. Hello, Izuku. Fancy meeting you here, Cinder said. On the road between the mess hall and the dormitory. I wouldn't call it that fancy, Deku said. Watch your mouth, Shorty, the guy said. What, Deku said. Mercury, stand down, Cinder said. But he, Mercury said. I can handle a conversation by myself, thank you very much, Cinder said. Sorry, Mercury said. Izuku, this is Mercury. He's our teammate and my partner, Emerald said. A pleasure, Deku said. Yeah, whatever, Mercury said. So, Izuku. What can I do for you, Cinder asked. That depends. Can we speak privately, Deku asked. Certainly. Will the bench over there do, Cinder asked. Perfect, Deku said. Cinder and Deku then went over to the bench. The hell? Why is she acting like this with that guy, Mercury said. What else is she supposed to act like with a student, Moran, Emerald said. I guess Emerald and Mercury will make it so that no one disturbs us, Deku asked. Will they, now? What makes you think that, Cinder asked. It's what I'd do if my boss was talking business in semi-public, Deku said. Oh, I should keep you close, Cinder said. Or you could keep me even closer. We haven't decided that yet, have we, Deku asked. I'd be more interested in a fruitful partnership, Izuku, Cinder said. Glad to hear it. It just so happens that there's a matter you could help me with, if your resources allow you to, Deku said. And what would that be, Cinder asked. I need someone who can fight without aura, Deku said. Someone who can fight without using aura, Cinder said. Fight at a level superior to that of a normal human, of course, Deku said. I figured. It is still a strange request, Cinder said. My team and I have come upon a roadblock that cannot be traversed while actively using aura, Deku said. I've never heard of such a thing. Is it a semblance, Cinder asked. As far as we know. We're one step away from cracking the case, but only me and one of my teammates is combat ready without aura, Deku said. You can fight without aura, Cinder asked. I said so, didn't I? Anyways, we'd like to have at least one more person as support, to guard our rear. There's no telling what we may find, Deku said. It's a pretty big risk to take. I do have one person in mind, but... What's in it for me, Cinder asked. I don't know. I don't know enough about you and your operations to make an offer. All I know is you have N-forces instead of teammates and that you're doing something Ozpin wouldn't approve of, Deku said. You don't mince words, Midoriya. It's honestly refreshing, Cinder said. You'd see right through me, anyway. Do you need time to think about it? I should probably tell my teammates about the proposal, anyway, Deku said. I'm sure I can think of something by tomorrow. Shall we meet here again, same time, Cinder asked. Fair. Then I'll see you tomorrow with my team, Deku said. Deku then left. How did it go? Emerald asked. I was surprised, which doesn't happen often. And there's opportunity, having an entire beacon team in our debt at the price of 1 Mercury, Cinder said. What Mercury said? Question is, what's the best use we can make of them, Cinder asked. Deku was currently cuddling with Penny in their room. Midoriya Winter shouted as she burst open the door. Oh. Good afternoon, Miss Winter, Penny said. Hello, Penny, good evening. And you womanizer, Winter said. What? Deku said. Defiler. Corrupter. Lust demon, Winter shouted. I don't. What even? What is this all about? Deku asked. I'm afraid I share Izuku's confusion, Miss Winter, Penny said. Of course, you do. You poor thing, you've been his first victim, haven't you? Winter asked. Victim? Penny asked. Okay, Miss Winter. I'm going to need you to back up and start making some sense here, Deku said. Oh, look at him playing all innocent. How did you even do it? Hypnosis. Additives in their food. Some kind of semblance. I feel sick even just thinking about it, Winter said. How I did what? Deku asked. Convince these poor girls to take part in this debauchery you dare call a relationship. No one in their right mind would agree to such filth. Thank goodness I happened to visit before you could sink your claws in my sister completely, Winter said. Miss Winter, you misunderstand. There was no brainwashing or alteration of conscious thought involved in the creation of this relationship, Penny said. Yeah. I mean, who do you take me for? Deku asked. And it was actually my idea, truth tell, Penny said. Oh my gods, you're so far gone you're actually lying to cover for him, Winter said. Winter, have you still been drinking since we talked at the bar? Deku asked. I have not, thank you very. I mean I haven't had a drink since. Shut up, Winter said. Winter, if I had a stud semblance as you said, I would try my best to keep it a secret instead of showing off by having 2 beautiful girlfriends. I'm in a school for hunters, how long would it take for someone to sniff me out, and why would I allow David to also date them? And about the other methods you proposed, how would those even work on Penny? Deku asked. The logic is sound, Penny said. But that would mean that you actually. And then you agreed. I see. The question then is, why didn't you refuse such a proposal? Winter asked. What reason would I have not to? Deku asked. Because such a relationship has no chance of working, Winter said. It's working so far. And I'd appreciate you didn't pass judgment on things you know nothing about, Deku said. In the short term, maybe, but what about the future? Most people have trouble making a one-on-one relationship work, Winter said. We are not most people. And if you think you can convince us to just break things off by talking about it, you'd have better luck trying to get to the moon, Deku said. Fine. Set yourself up for a ruined bond. But leave my sister out of this, Winter said. Seems like you still don't get it, Winter. I'm not your sibling, I'm not a soldier of the Atlas Army, and I'm certainly not afraid of you. You have nothing to threaten me with, you have no clout to exercise, and you have no say in how we live our lives. I don't know how we're going to deal with Weiss's affection towards me, but that's going to be between us, her and no one else. Was that clear enough? Deku asked. Crystal, Winter said. Winter then left. God above. The nerve of her to just barge and accuse me of something with no evidence. And then tell us that our relationship will. Who does she think she is? And after Weiss already, Deku said, getting quite angry. Izuku, Penny said. Oh. Yes, Penny. Sorry, I got lost in my rant, there, Deku said. It's alright. It's just. I'm feeling particularly affectionate towards you right now. Is that normal? Penny asked. I guess so, Deku said. Alright. I could ignore the crazy Atlas specialist, but I'm not sticking around for this. Going to the library, Jack said. Penny then gave Deku a lot of love. Deku was now in the gym doing push-ups. Exercising allowed him to blow off steam from earlier. Deku then felt something heavy placed on his back, causing him to fall to the floor. If that's all your spine is worth, no wonder, Winter said. Winter? Are you sitting on me? Deku asked. Is that all it takes to break you? You are a weak man. In both body and spirit, Winter said. Deku started to do push-ups while Winter was still on his back. What is this? Your personal brand of submission? Winter asked. No. It's my personal brand of screw you, Deku said. Pride, then Winter asked. Maybe. Also, I was thinking. You're Weiss's sister. Penny likes you, Deku said. Correct on both accounts. So Winter asked. You're going to stick around? One way or the other, Deku said. Oh, I'm going to do much more than stick around, Midoriya. I'm going to be your goddamned nightmare. You want to be adults? Fine. Then I shall treat you like adults, and I will watch you, Winter said. Do whatever you want. And that brings us back full circle. I get it. You worry about Weiss. But if you think I'm gonna scare. If you think I'm going to run from you. Or them. You're out of your mind, Deku said. Deku then stood up, pushing Winter off his back, causing her to fall to the floor, causing her to let out a girlish yelp. She landed on her butt and her legs spread open. She quickly stood up and regained her composure. So be it. I think my future assignments will bring me to Vale quite often, Midoriya, Winter said. Deku just started at Winter. Winter then left the gym. Thursday. Day 81. Home. I don't know about this, partner, Jack said. I don't, either. But I think it's better alternative than endangering someone innocent, Deku said. Hey. So these guys aren't Evelyn asked. I don't think so, no. Cinder, in particular, gives off the same vibes as Neo, Deku said. A constant underlying sensation of danger. And if I have to dance with her, then the deal's off, David said. Don't worry, David. I don't think she would ask for that in return, Deku said. I wonder what their beef with the headmaster is, Jack said. Yeah. While he may be an asshole, he usually always crosses the path of the right mofos, Evelyn said. But they are students from Mistral. The headmaster is a close friend of Headmaster Ozpin, and he personally vouched for each student that has been sent to Beacon, Penny said. Let's go to the meeting. We can make our deductions and decisions after speaking with them, Jack said. Roger, Boss, Deku said. In the Beacon Gardens. Something bothering you, Mercury, Cinder asked. Nothing I can do anything about, Mercury said. That's what I wanted to hear. And here they are, Cinder said. Team Jade then arrived at the gardens. Cinder 4, right, Jack asked. Yes. And you must be Izuku's leader, right? Jack B. Ivory, Cinder asked. Jacqueline. Jack is just for my friends, Jack said. I see. These are Emerald Sestrae and Mercury Black, Cinder said. Team Jade did not react well to hearing Mercury's last name. What the hell are you looking at? Mercury asked. Is something wrong? Do you know Mercury from somewhere? Cinder said. No. We don't. But we should probably talk about this without distractions, Jack said. Very well. Izuku can attest to the quality of that bench, Cinder said. Jack and Cinder then went over to the bench. Seriously, what's with you guys? Bipolar Mercury asked. Mercury, remember that we're supposed to collaborate, Emerald said. Nah, that's still up in the air, Mercury said. And it's not up to you, Emerald said. Well, this is just great. He's an asshole and Mocha Girl's introduction was knocking out David, Evelyn said. Well, that's something you didn't mention, Mercury said. Why would I ever mention it to you? And it was self-defense, Emerald said. I guess I did get in a bit too close and personal, didn't I? David asked. I remembered you apologized, Emerald said. It could have been avoided with a little more tact on your part, Miss Stray Eye Penny said. He cares about tact and was hanging out with Neo. These things do not go together, Emerald said. Well, I guess they are getting acquainted, Jack said. Better they get along than otherwise, no, Cinder asked. Sounds like you really want this collaboration to happen, Cinder. Any reason why? Jack asked. A couple. The main one is, I'd like your team to do something for me. In exchange, you'll have our assistance with whatever pickle you may have found yourself in, Cinder said. Very generous. But what exactly are you offering? Jack asked. Mercury. Ijuku told me you need a superior fighter to support Ijuku and another, Cinder said. For a day, yeah. And how is he a superior fighter? Jack asked. How are your teammates superior fighters? Cinder asked. Hey. I see. But I will expect him to share his fighting abilities with us beforehand. I'm sending him in to watch the backs of two of my teammates, Jack said. It's fair. I trust that will be reciprocated. Mercury is a precious member of my team, Cinder said. Of course. Actually, I wanted to suggest you all come with us on location, Jack said. Interesting. And where exactly is this location you speak of? Cinder asked. That is only going to be revealed to you if this deal goes through. So far you have barely talked what you want from us, Cinder, Jack said. Very well, then. I trust that, in case of refusal, you won't be telling anyone about this and that we'll just stay out of each other's way, Cinder asked. As long as I don't deem you too dangerous to keep around, Jack said. My sentiments exactly, Cinder said. It's been 20 minutes, now. I wonder what they are talking about, David said. They are probably getting as many details as possible out of each other, Deku said. The conversation seems to be amicable, though, Emerald said. Darn it, Mercury said. Oh, they are coming back, Penny said. Well, that's that. We have a deal, Jack said. We shall honor our part first. We will meet you at the Bullhead Landing on Sunday morning, Cinder said. We're going as well, Emerald asked. We are. Let's go now, I'll brief you on the way back, Cinder said. Yes. We'll see you soon, then, Emerald said. You'd better not slow me down, Mercury said. Cinder then walked over to Deku and lifted his chin in a seductive fashion. I hope we GWT to know each other very well, and... Don't run, Cinder said. Cinder, Emerald and Mercury then left. What? What was that about? Evelyn asked. That was... Unfortunately, a part of the deal she wouldn't budge on, Jack said. And that was? Penny asked. She wants a date with Ijuku, Jack said. What? The others shouted. She wants a date with me in return for their help, Deku asked. No. That's not all, it's more of a smaller thing, compared to the other thing she wants, Jack said. And that is? David asked. Nothing complicated. We just need to blow up a mountain, Jack said. What? The others shouted. Deku was currently walking through the beacon halls when... Hey. Ijuku, Gwen stuttered. Oh, hi Gwen, Deku said. The two stood there in silence. Do you need something? Deku asked. Oh, right. I heard from Octavia that you are willing to help me with, boys, Gwen said. I did tell Octavia that, yes, Deku said. Well, I'd like your help, Gwen said. Okay, sure. So what do you want to work on, Deku asked. Everything, Gwen said. What I mean is, what specific thing about boys do you want to work on, Deku asked. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I guess we could work on my confidence with boys. I'm such a nervous wreck when meeting boys, Gwen said. Then we will start there. I'll let you know when I come up with something, Deku said. Okay. We should exchange scroll numbers, Gwen said. They then exchanged scroll numbers. Oh, before I go. Is there anything you are confident in doing, even with a boy, Deku asked. Well, I guess fights. I don't freeze up when I fight, Gwen said. I'll keep that in mind. See you later, Deku said. See you, Gwen said. Friday, day 82. Well. Sounds like Deku has a free afternoon, Nora said. Does he now, Ren said. So. What do I do, Nora asked. You made the offer. Would be rude to retract it, Ren said. Yeah, well, that was before someone went and put weird ideas in my head, Nora said. Well. No one is forcing you to entertain them, Ren said. You are so unfair, Mr. Nora said. Stubbornness is to be fought smarter, not harder, Ren said. Yeah. Still not sure about this, Nora said. I know. So, how about you go slow, for now, Ren said. How slow, Nora asked. While I'm 100% certain of your compatibility, I think you should verify it for yourself. And a gym situation gives you plenty of opportunities, doesn't it, Ren said. Nora said. Deku was now in the gym to train with Nora. Alright. Ready, Deku. Hope you came ready because I've prepared a special routine for us today, Nora said. Have you, now? I hope this time things will go better, unlike the pancakes, Deku said. Heh, we shall see. Let's start with a warm-up, then. The treadmill awaits, Nora said. Deku watched Nora bouncing up to the treadmill. As she did, he noticed how her body was reacting to the bouncing. He quickly shook his head. He must have imagined it. As they started to run on the treadmill, Deku saw that Nora's boobs were bouncing all over the place. She wasn't wearing a bra. Phew. That was a good start. How are you holding up, Nora asked. I'm fine, Deku said. You sure? You seemed a bit zoned out, every now and then, Nora said. It was not because of the running, I can assure you, Deku said. Well, what was it, then, Nora asked. Nothing. In particular, Deku said. Well, you'd better focus, mister, we got to hit the weights, now, Nora said. Focused? I'm absolutely focused, now, Deku said. Nora and Deku then moved on to weights, but again Deku was distracted by Nora's body, this time by her legs of steel. Ow, I may have reached a new limit with the old thunder thighs, Nora said. Thunder what now, Deku asked. Foot, I know. Let's just say I'm taking back the term. They do bring the thunder. But in a different way. One of my goals in life is squashing a watermelon, Nora said. So, what's next, Deku asked. Abs. We're going crunches and then reverse crunches. But first I'm gonna to rest my legs for a bit. They still hurt a bit, mind helping me to a bench, Nora asked. Oh, sure, Deku said. Deku approached Nora. He put her left arm over his left shoulder, whilst his right arm went under hers and wrapped around. Unordinary, Deku's hand had ended up cupping her breast, though Nora seemed to not have noticed. Deku then helped Nora to a bench, trying his best not to look or grab Nora's big, voluptuous, boobs. I'll continue with weights while your legs heal, Deku said. Okay, Nora said. As Deku went back to the weights, he saw Nora lift up her shirt to wipe her face, showing Deku her under boobs and that she was indeed not wearing a bra. Deku looked away as fast as possible, his face completely red, and his body giving him a very hormonal signal. A while later Nora had recovered and they moved on to crunches. "Hey, Deku. Mind being my spotter? Hold my thunder thighs down as I do my crunches," Nora said. Okay. But can't you do them without a spotter?" Deku said. "Well, I can, but it's much better to have someone holding your legs down so you do the properly," Nora said. That's fair," Deku said. He was hoping he would have been able to get out of this. But Nora had other plans. As he held Nora down, his eyes were locked onto her chest as her boobs jiggled as she did her crunches. He hoped that Nora didn't notice he was staring at her chest and that she would absolutely not notice the bulge in his pants. "All right and done. Now it's my turn to hold you down," Nora said. "No," Deku shouted. "I mean, I can do crunches on my own." "Why don't you take a small break and have a drink?" Deku said. "Oh, okay," Nora said. Nora then went off, leaving Deku alone. Deku sighed in relief as Nora began to walk away, but as she walked she swayed her hips and bobbed up and down, making her boobs jiggle. "What's with me today? Why can't I keep my eyes off her? Super sexy body," Deku said. What Deku hadn't realized that Nora was not out of earshot and he heard what he said. After Deku finished his crunches, he moved on to reverse crunches. Nora then leaned over Deku, her boobs placed above his face, and held his hands down. "Nora. What are you doing?" Deku stuttered. "Just returning the favor. See? I told you pinning you down would make it easier," Nora said. "I guess so," Deku said. Deku was frozen solid, he couldn't move and his eyes stared at Nora's chest, no matter how hard he tried to close them. Deku," Nora said. "What?" Deku said. "You okay, down there?" Nora asked. "Perfect. Peach," Deku said. Nora giggled. "Seriously, what's with you today? Come on, tell me. What's distracting you?" Nora asked. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing," Deku said. You sure? Because it kinda feels like you'd rather be somewhere else, right now. Or do something else." No, definitely not convinced." "So, Deku, what's on your mind?" Nora asked. Deku then forced himself up, his face brushing Nora's boobs as he forced her to let go. Deku quickly left the gym. "Gods damn it," Nora thought. Deku had returned to his room and hit the shower. "Izuku, will you get out of the shower already? I need to wash up as well," Jack said. "Sorry, partner. I'm almost done," Deku said. Deku could not get Nora off his mind. Meanwhile, Nora was also having a shower in her room, though she wasn't washing herself. "Fuck. He's so cute," Nora said. Nora was currently thinking of Deku while she was playing with herself. "I can't stop thinking about him," Nora said. "Nora. I need a shower as well," Pyrrha said. "Be out in a minute," Nora said. Nora then finished up in the shower and went to bed. Saturday. Day 83. Deku was currently in his dorm room relaxing, when he got a message on his scroll. Deku then remembered that Neo said she had a free weekend soon. I wonder if it's her. She did say she had a free weekend. Better keep on my toes, Deku said. I like your room. Great kitchen. But you shouldn't keep your desk so cluttered, Neo texted. Deku quickly stood up and looked around the room, but Neo was nowhere in sight. So the chase is on, Deku, Deku said. Deku then ran and jumped off the balcony. Deku had gone to the gardens. Being in a more open area would make it harder for Neo to get close without being spotted. Deku then got another text message. "Oh, why did you leave? I was about to bring you breakfast in bed." Though I do have to rate the dive a 10 out of 10, Neo said. Sorry, but I'm not making this easy. You'll have to try harder, Deku texted. Oh. You think I was trying? I was just playing with my food, Neo texted. Then I best stay out in the open. Nowhere for you to hide then, Deku texted. Who says I need cover to stay hidden, Neo texted. Huh. Doesn't need cover. Oh, she must have some sort of invisibility semblance. Oh no, Deku said. Deku was then tackled to the ground and felt something sitting on his body. Neo then appeared before his eyes. She was straddling him and she was laughing. Glad you're having fun, Deku said. She's waving her right index finger from side to side, as if to say he should have known better. So, you've won. What now, Deku asked. Neo's face then went to one of surprise. What? I'm an honorable man. So what do you want, Deku asked. Neo then gives of a crazy look. She then dragged Deku into Vale. And they spent the whole day doing what she wanted. Please. Let me rest, Deku said. Neo then stepped on Deku. No, I don't think you stepping on MW while I'm trying to recover my feet from your abuse is considered rest. Neo had dragged Deku all over Vale. To the market, shops, ice cream, and then to juniors to dance. Deku had not had his iron soles on when Neo had come around, so he was subjected to Neo's terrible dance moves. Neo then kicked Deku again. Ow. Yeah, definitely not considered. Knock it off, Deku said, starting to get mad. She tilts her head to the side, and he sighed. No, I'm not running away. But please. 15 minutes, Deku said. She holds up her free hand, with 5 fingers stretched out. 5. Deku raises both his hands. 10. He knew she would try and haggle. She sighs and nods, and only then does she remove her foot from his body. Deku then gets up and sits on a bench close by. Neo then straddles Deku again. Neo. What are you doing, Deku asked. Just make sure you don't run again, Neo texted. Deku sighed as he closed his eyes and rested for 10 minutes before Neo dragged him away. Sunday. Day 84. Quite the interesting selection of allies you've collected, Peach said. Mysterious, more like it, Deku said. Things should be fine, but just in case. Can we count on you, Professor Peach Jack asked. Absolutely. I may not be an active hunter anymore, but rest assured I can still leave any student a bloodless shriveling husk in a matter of seconds, Peach said. That was way too specific for comfort, Evelyn said. Speaking of students, here come out guests, Peach said. Cinder, Mercury and Emerald then arrived at the Bullhead landing. Good morning, everyone, Cinder said. A good morning to you, children. I'm Professor Peach, in charge of this outing and... Oh my, your friend looks a bit under the weather. Is she alright, Peach asked. Fine, Emerald said. She'll be... Emerald is not a morning person, Cinder said. She will have time to sleep on the Bullhead. And a good breakfast will then wake her right up. Now let's go, Peach said. They all then boarded the Bullhead for peak. Well, if you don't get me killed, today wasn't a total waste of time. What was some good grub, Mercury said. You're actually giving someone a spontaneous compliment, Emerald asked. Complimenting the food. Finally some change from the cafeteria stuff, Mercury said. I'm glad you liked Izuku's cooking, Mercury, but I don't think the school cafeteria food is that BA, Penny said. It's all the same slosh. No character in it all. Quantities over quality. You need some variety in life. Know what I mean, Mercury said. Anything you want to share, Izuku, Cinder asked. Not this time, Cinder, Deku said. You seem to have a habit of being deep in thought around me, Cinder said. Or maybe you have a habit of looking out for moments of weakness in people, Deku said. Whatever makes you feel safer, Cinder said. Alright, gather up. Time to prepare, Jack said. The group then gather up, and Deku, Penny and Mercury prepared to head in. Okay. One last time, Jack said. We're to enter the gate's upper area and inspect it for the source of the debilitating field, Penny said. And Jack asked. No aura cover up at any time, not even on a small part of the body, or we go night-night, Mercury said. And Cinder asked. We'll keep an audio channel open at all times and pull back at the first sign of real danger, Deku said. Well. Guess this is as prepared as you can be. Good luck, Penny. Ijuku. Mercury, Jack said. Wait. I want to add something, partner. If you see anything that resembles a flame, be it even a brazier of a small stray ember. Run the other way, David said. I see. Thanks, David, Penny said. What? We've got to run from campfires. You serious, Mercury asked. Deadly so, Mercury. He's not joking around on this, Deku said. Yeah, you'd better do as they say. They would know better than the rest of us here, Jack said. Do as they say, Mercury, Cinder said. Fine, fine. Let's get on with it, already, Mercury said. Penny. Ijuku. Please be extra super careful, okay? For me, Evelyn said. It shall be my prime directive. Thanks, Evelyn, Penny said. You have no need to worry, my bun. This ain't my first rodeo, Deku said. The rope is secured, children. One old school entrance into Peak Home, swinging it around without aura was an experience. Maybe I should tell Glinda to add non-aura fighting to the curriculum, Peach said. Back at Beacon, Bella was walking through the dormitory halls. What are you doing, Bella? This is crazy. Stupid idea. What could even happen other than them freaking out and being hit with a barrage of insults and projectiles? Why did I even come here to begin with, Bella asked. Just at the moment Ruby came out of her room as Bella passed. Time for breakfast, Ruby said. Ruby then noticed Bella. Wait. That girl, Ruby said. Ruby then chased after Bella. Bella was currently walking through the gardens on her way to the Bullhead Landing. Hey. You. Wait. Wait, Ruby called out. Ha, Bella said. Ruby then appeared before Bella in a cluster of rose petals. What, Bella said. I'm really sorry. I'm not scary, I mean, I didn't mean to scare you, but, Where did you get that brooch, Ruby asked. Back at Peak. Of course the entrance on the battlement is locked. Just our luck, Jack said. Sadly so. But we do see 2 more entrances at the base of the gate, on the inside, Penny said over the comm channel. Can you reach it from where you are, Jack asked. With ease. We just need to secure another rope and descend, Deku said. Wow, you weren't kidding about this field or whatever. Feels like molasses pressing on my skin, Mercury said. Proceed. With caution, Jack said. Roger, Penny said. They then secured another rope to the wall. They then descended down into the inside of Peak. As they walked, Deku looked around. There were no traces of recent human life, and everything seemed untouched even by the ravages of time. Mercury signs Penny and Deku to watch his back as he gets closer to the door and opens it. They entered to see a set of stairs. Are you inside, Jack asked. Affirmative. Just past the west door. There's a ramp of stairs leading, apparently, to the second highest level. They're old but they seem secure, Penny said. Only second highest, Jack asked. Probably more stairs on the inside. Or it's just a really tall area, Mercury said. Permission to continue, Deku asked. Granted, Slowly now, Jack said. The three then proceeded up the stairs. Penny, what's that sound? Jack asked. I can't see the source, at the moment. Sounds like gearwork, but all we have in sight is a narrow corridor, the other flight of stairs, and Penny said. A stepladder. Which would most likely lead to the gearwork we hear, Deku said. I bet that gearwork is the gate controls, Mercury said. If the opening parameters change continuously, it'd make sense for something on the inside to be constantly calculating them, Cinder said. True, Cinder. Jack, there's only one way to go now. We haven't found any trace of what could be the source of the field, so far, Penny said. So it can only be near the controls, Jack said. We're going, then, Penny said. The three then climbed the ladder. They saw the gearwork that powered the gate, but they also saw a blob on a round stained glass window. Everyone, we've found the controls for the gate, Deku said. That's good. Do you see anything else? Jack asked. Yeah, I think we found the source of this damn field. I mean, will you look at that? Mercury said. I agree, Penny said. What is it? What exactly do you see? Jack asked. I'll send a picture to Evelyn's scroll, Deku said. Deku then took a picture of the blob and sent it to Evelyn. Holy carrots, that looks creepy, Jack said. Gross is more like it. I can't tell if it's flesh or metal. And the feeling of oppression gets stronger the closer we get to it, Mercury said. It feels somewhat alive. The colored parts look like dust and they are glowing intermittently, Penny said. Yes, that sounds like our best bet. Now to destroy it, Jack said. Maybe not completely, please. Teacher wants to study this specimen, Peach said. Well, maybe explosives. But we risk damaging the gate controls, Penny said. Why go through all that trouble, Freckles? Got a much easier and immediate solution available, Mercury said. Mercury, don't act on your own, Emerald said. Can it, Emerald, and look at the picture. This thing is mostly resting on top of that stained glass window. Somehow. This is the same stained glass we saw from the outside. It overlooks the city and it's quite a drop. We just need to smash it at the right angle and... Splat. Whatever this thing is, I doubt it could resist a fall from that height, Mercury said. Sound plan, Mercury, Cinder said. Thanks. Allow me, Mercury said. Mercury, wait. Let Penny do it from a distance, Jack said. Are you kidding me? It's just stained glass, Mercury said. That's not what Jack meant, Mercury. If we go by what we've encountered so far, I don't think this, Penny said. A tendril of the blob then began to move. Mercury. Watch out, Deku shouted. Shit. Fuck, Mercury shouted. Gods damn it, I knew it, Jack yelled. Penny. Deku. What's happening, Evelyn asked. Mercury, are you alright, Deku asked. I'm fine, but did this fucking thing just cut me, Mercury asked. You mean it moved, Peach asked. Damn it, Mercury. I told you to not screw around, Emerald said. Shut your trap. It's just a flesh wound, Mercury said. You're bleeding, Penny said. It's just a scratch. Mind your own. What, Mercury said. What's happening now, David asked. It's pulsating, and Deku said. Mercury, watch out, Penny yelled. Penny. Ijuku. Mercury, what's happening? Answer me, damn it, Jack said. We're fine. The blob just lunged at us, Deku said. It did what, Jack asked. What, he said. Guess it wanted a bigger chunk of me, this piece of Mercury said. The blob then started to change. You've got to be kidding me, Mercury said. What now? What's happening, Jack asked. The object is It's transforming, Penny said. Transforming? Into what? Jack asked. Into Deku said. You've got to be shitting me, Mercury shouted. Izuku, what is that turning into? Jack asked. I don't know exactly, but it's a copy. A copy of Deku said. The blob had now transformed into a female version of Mercury. Ah. Well. Damn. Feels good to be alive, Mercury said. You can't, Mercury said. Nishishish. Oh, come on, it just happened in front of your eyes. Of course I can. But enough about that. Let me experience more, Mercury said. Mercury then attacked. Ugh, Mercury said. Gods damn it. I knew it, Jack said. We need to go help, David said. David, no, Jack said. The hell you mean, no, Evelyn asked. The entire reason why we sent Mercury, Penny and Izuku inside was so they could handle this kind of stuff on their own. And even if I was sending anyone else in, it certainly wouldn't be the person with the least fighting experience, especially in close quarters like those, Jack said. Damn it, we can't just do nothing, David said. Never said that, partner. Get your whip ready. Guys. Do you copy? You need to get it to the battlements. I repeat it, get it to the battlements. Whatever that thing is, Jack said. Affirmative, Penny said. Wasn't the damn gate locked? Mercury asked. We'll just have to open it, then. Watch out, Deku said. Shit, Mercury said. Mercury then attacked at an incredible speed. Without aura there was no way they could keep up. They quickly retreated back down the second floor, though their landing weren't very graceful. Ah. Is she faster than? No, that can't be, Mercury said. Oh, come on. Let me hit something, I want that feeling, Mercury said. Mercury. Think you can break the door? Deku asked. Going to take me a few seconds. Think you two can survive? Mercury asked. Affirmative. Just go, Penny said. I'll cover you if she gets past Penny, Deku said. Nishishi. You know that I can hear everything you say, Mercury asked. Yes. But you're going to come after me, anyway, Penny said. Oh. And what makes you think that, Mercury asked. Because I'm a bigger challenge than Mercury and Izuku, at the moment, Penny said. Are you now? Let's test it, Mercury said. Penny kept Mercury at bay as Mercury worked to break open the door. Got the door, Mercury said. Good job. I'm coming, Penny said. Yes, run like the wind. Let's see what other fun we can get to, Mercury said. The battlement on the left, Peach said. Mercury had knocked the three of them over at the edge of the battlements. Oh, come on, don't tell me I broke you already. That was just a love tap. I mean, I don't know about the girl, but you boys should be stronger than this, bros, Mercury said. Mother. If I could use my aura, you'd be a red smear on a wall, you freak, Mercury said. Huh? What's that about aura, Mercury asked. David's whip was then wrapped around Mercury's arm. Good job, partner. Now pull her down. Everyone, aura covers down, Jack said. With pleasure, David said. David yanked hard on his whip. Motherfuck, Mercury said as she was pulled to the edge of the battlements. Deku, using one for all, quickly got up and kicked her cover the edge. Evelyn, Jack said. Emerald, Cinder said. Evelyn and Emerald then hit Mercury as she fell. Ah, that's what you get for hurting my loves, Evelyn said. Did I just hit Mercury? Emerald asked. You wish, Mercury shouted. Never mind, Emerald said. Good job, everyone. But don't distract yourselves. Her aura is still strong, Jack said. Finally a good hit. Glad I came out to play. Now. Inifime Mercury said. Holly bunnies, she's Evelyn said. She then tackled David. Art David said. David Jack yelled. Well, if they ever want to pick up farming, now they got an irrigation canal. Nishishi Fime Mercury said. David then grabbed onto her. Oh, wow, that's a pathetic Fime Mercury said. David then started to drain her aura while Jack hit her with range attacks. Hey. No. Wait. Ow 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 Fime Mercury said. Penny, Ijuku, charge her Jack said. Affirmative Penny said. Roger Deku said. Ah, this is so annoying. Fight me like you mean it, already Fime Mercury said. What are you talking about? Like we can with your semblance David said. I'm not even using it Fime Mercury said. Hey. What do you mean David asked. Deku and Penny the hit her off of David. David. Are you alright Penny asked. I will heal David said. Please stay down. You're injured Deku said. Hey. You're the last person who should be telling me that David joked. Oh, I'll kill her Evelyn yelled. Penny, I need you to do something for me David said. Should I Emerald asked. No. They seem smart enough to figure it out. And I should stretch some, every now and then Cinder said. Tired. Getting real tired of this gorilla ball Fime Mercury said. Cinder then delivered a blow to Fime Mercury. Fuck. Art Fime Mercury said. Holy. Great shot Jack said. And now it's payback time. Hey. What is she doing Mercury asked. You. Damn. Just you wait. This is nothing Fime Mercury said. Penny then grabbed hold of her and then she passed out. David, it worked. It seems to have sent her into shock Penny said. Hey. A better result than I expected David said. I know, right. A victory where you didn't blow yourself up Evelyn said. Partner, what exactly did you do? Or better, what did Penny do Jack asked. Nothing in particular. She just unlocked her aura David said. Unlocked her? She was using aura all the time Mercury said. But apparently not her own Deku said. And unlocking her aura flushed it out David said. I see. Quick thinking, partner. Proud of you Jack said. Whatever. Let's squish her head and be done with it Mercury said. Yeah. Not a chance. She may be a source of information. TSK Mercury said. Professor, can you restrain her for us Deku asked. Oh, it'll be my pleasure. And I can't wait to unveil her secrets through repeated analysis and tests Peach said. We should ask Father to use his lab. It'll grant us more privacy. But, first we should think of that hole in her chest Penny said. Indeed. Miss Fall struck true, didn't she Peach said. Back at Beacon. My brooch. Why are you asking about my brooch Bella asked. I mean, I'm probably reaching, but... My mother used to wear an identical one Ruby said. Your mother? You're one of Summer's daughter, aren't you Bella asked. Yes. Yes, I'm Ruby. Oh my gods, you knew my mother. Summer Rose Ruby said. Know her? I owe her my life. If it wasn't for Summer, and Thilla. She gave me this brooch and cloak when she left us Bella said. My mom saved your life Ruby asked. Yes. And not just once, but twice. Well, in a sense. I was so little. I could never thank her properly. How is she Bella asked. I don't know Ruby said. You don't know Bella asked. My mother was a huntress, you know. One day. She never came back. She's been MIA for as long as I can remember, Ruby said. For as long? How old are you? You're not younger than me, right? Bella asked. What? What do you? Ruby asked. I can't believe that Summer wouldn't come back to you. Unless. It can't be, Bella said. I'm sorry, Ruby said. Bella then left. The sun had now set, and Team Jade, minus Penny and Cinder's group, had now returned to Beacon Bullhead Landing. Thanks for the assistance, Cinder. This will do as you're part of the deal, Jack said. It was a very interesting outing. I'll contact you with the details of your half when the time is right, Cinder said. Hey. I see, Jack said. Still think you should just erase that thing off the face of Remnant, Mercury said. Just leave it alone. We have a boobs version of you walking around. So what? Emerald asked. I would like to see your reaction if there was a dick version of you running around, Mercury said. Hey. That sounds like some kind of porn, Evelyn whispered to David and Deku. Righty. Maybe Madonna has written something similar, David asked. I don't want to see her create a gender-bent versions of us, Deku whispered. I do, Evelyn whispered. Well, we should head back to our rooms, Deku said. We'll see you in class, Jack said. Ciao, Evelyn said. Have a good evening, Cinder said. See you soon, Emerald, David said. I guess. I'll be seeing you again sooner rather than later, Cinder, Deku said. The 4 members of Team Jade then left. A shame we couldn't find out more about their semblances, Cinder said. All that we've learned is that they are a very close-knit team, Emerald said. And that may be just enough, Cinder said. Actually, about semblances. Greenie seems to be able to use his semblance without an aura cover, Mercury said. How very interesting. Tell me more, Cinder said. Penny and Professor Peach were currently in the lab ship with Enrico. There's no research like field research, is there? Enrico said. In less than a week outside of Atlas I've already gotten more stimulated than in years in the home lab, Enrico said. And speaking of labs, I think I'm about to have a synchasm. This is state of the art. The most advanced lab in Vale doesn't have 60% of this equipment, Peach said. Well, considering a lot of it are personal patents of mine, I'm glad to hear that. You are of course more than welcome to use it at your own leisure, Professor Peach. Thanks for looking after my daughter, Enrico said. Oh, it was my pleasure. Penny is the sweetest girl, Peach said. Papa, speaking of girls. How is our subject? Penny asked. We've only given her a basic scan so far. And still, it's a weird result. Considering the details about her origins, I was expecting to touch up a completely new life form. But as of now, for all intents and purposes, she's 100% human, Enrico said. That reminds me of, Penny said. There was then a knock on the lab door. Who is it? Enrico asked. Sir, it's Specialist Schnee. I wish to speak with you, Winter said. Come on in, Enrico said. Winter then entered the lab. I hope I'm not being a bother, Sir, Winter said. Not on my worst day, Winter. But the hour is curious, Enrico said. There have been some sudden developments. I inform you that General Ironwood has decided to take me off your security detail, Winter said. Is that so? Enrico said. My services are requested elsewhere. I was relieved by my replacement on her arrival, Winter said. I see. Is she waiting outside? Enrico asked. Yes, Sir, Winter said. Send her in, then, Enrico said. Please, come on in, Winter said. A girl with dark skin and wearing a blue bar entered the lab. Oh. Fairly young, for a specialist. You look around my daughter's age, Enrico said. She's not exactly a specialist, sir. Her rank is that of a Halton height, Winter said. Oh. I don't think I've ever heard of that rank, Enrico said. It came as a surprise to me as well, but the Atlas military database confirms it, Winter said. Permission to speak, the girl asked. Granted, Winter said. Thank you. Sir, I'm the first ever appointed Verhalten Height in the Atlas military, sir. That is the reason why you've never heard of the rank before, sir, the girl said. So the rank was created just for you, Enrico asked. Sir, yes sir, the girl said. I see. And what's your name, soldier, Enrico asked. Sir. My name is Seal Soleil and I've been appointed to your detail, sir, Seal said. After leaving Beacon, Bella had returned home crying. Did it go that bad? Asking for forgiveness. I can only imagine how exposed it must have made you feel. It's a foreign endeavor, for me, Weza said. They were not even there, Bella said. Oh. Then I guess you got hinty 4D at the ultimate fate of Summer Rose, Weza said. You? How? Bella asked. Give me some credit, Bella. I'm an alumnus of Beacon, remember? Summer Rose and her team are kind of a legend in the school. She was even a valedictorian, pictures of her aren't that hard to come by. Such a peculiar brooch and white cloak combination. How could I miss them? And even a toddler could tie them to the tail of your childhood protector. And Summer's daughter and her half-sister are both first years at Beacon, right now. The chances of you running into them in the first-year dormitory on a weekend are pretty high, Weza said. That's not what I meant. You said. Hinted at, Bella said. I did. What about it, Bella? Weza asked. Weza. You bastard. You know what really happened to Summer Rose? Bella asked. I do. But the most important question is, are you going to obey in exchange for the scraps of knowledge, little doggy? Weza asked. Monday. Day 85. I kind of already knew, David said. I see. You guessed from my report? Penny asked. Yup. I mean, something born from supposedly lifeless materials and turned into a fully functioning human being. It hits way too close to home, David said. With the difference that it stole someone's DNA to choose its form. It's not like you landed on anyone, Evelyn said. The other then realized something. What? I can use words like DNA too, Evelyn said. Not that what we're shocked about. What if he did land on someone? Deku asked. Please do not even joke about that. If I did, I think Penny would have noticed, or the police would at least be looking for a missing person, David said. That's correct. I didn't see any sign of carnage at the place of your landing, and no one was looking for someone corresponding to your description, Penny said. What about a female version of David? Jack asked. Oh. No, not that either. I perused the database when we still thought David was amnesiac. I still have a copy, Penny said. And considering you couldn't have hit someone mid-flight, I guess that only leaves one explanation, Evelyn said. The flame. And can I just say, I still can't believe that a fragment of it is in you, Deku, David said. I still coming to terms with it myself. But at least I know it's at least possible to go home. Anyway, back to Metal Girl. Maybe the difference is in the materials, Deku said. You mean? Maybe David is different from that girl because he was made from different stuff, Jack asked. Well, we know next to nothing about the process, so anything is possible, David said. I'm sure we'll know more once Professor Peach and Father finish their tests, and compare the results with your own, David, Penny said. Then what about focusing on something we can solve by ourselves, in the meanwhile? Evelyn asked. Like what? David asked. Her name, obviously. Referring to her by the female Mercury, or that girl is driving me nuts, Evelyn said. Mercuria, David suggested. Blah. Too obvious, Evelyn said. Metalia, Penny suggested. Who's that, a D-list comic book villain? Evelyn asked. Silverjack suggested. She's not a horse, Evelyn said. Kicks like one, anyway, Chroma David suggested. That literally means color. Something less generic, please. Magata Kinzoku Deku suggested. And what does that mean, Evelyn asked. It means bent metal, Deku said. Why that name, Jack asked. Because she's a gender-bent version of Mercury made from metal, Deku said. At least someone is putting some effort in. But it's too foreign, Evelyn said. The five then spent their lunchtime coming up with a name for female Mercury. Deku was currently in juniors watching over David. He had been doing this for a while and everything seemed to be going well. Seems like everything is alright. Guess we worried about nothing, Deku said. Deku then got up to leave. And where do you think you're going, a voice said. Deku was pushed back into his seat. Standing before him were Melanie and Milshia, each having a leg on either side of the chair, pinning Deku down. Hello, Deku said. Don't hello us, mister, you better start explaining yourself, Milshia said. I would love to. But what did I do, Deku said. You've been coming here every time the new guy is here, and you sit down and watch him and then just leave after he does. You're clearly stalking him, Melanie said. Oh, no, you've got it all wrong. He's my partner, Deku said. Oh, so you are also a Beacon student, Milshia asked. Yep, Deku said. Wait, does that mean? Is it true, Melanie asked. Is what true, Deku asked. You mentioned you were his partner, and when we approached about working he mentioned that he had 2 girlfriends and was sharing them with another boy. That's you right, Melanie asked. Yep, Deku said. How, Milshia asked. It's a long story, Deku said. Figures. But that doesn't explain why you're coming here and watching him, Melanie said. Well, to make a long story short. Our team has been targeted due to our association with him, and an incident that happened quite recently has made the rest of us worry about him. So I've been watching over him, Deku said. Wait. He's being targeted. Why didn't he tell us? We can't have him around if he's going to be attacked one day, Milshia said. There's no need to worry about that. They've only attacked us when it's just our team. There's no way they would go after David in a crowded place like this. It would bring too much attention to them, Deku said. That doesn't make things a whole lot better, but I guess it's better than having the club destroyed again, Melanie said. Let me guess. Young Deku said. She's now bragging about destruction of property, Milshia asked. No. It was just an educated guess, Deku said. Well, it's nice to know someone else who has a brain, Melanie said. Now that we've cleared things up, mind letting me go, Deku asked. Oh, right, Milshia said. They then removed their legs from the chair, though they inadvertently flashed Deku as they did. Huh? What's the matter, Milshia asked. You've gone all red, Melin said. Maybe next time, don't remove your legs like that, Deku said. The twins blushed as they realized what he meant. No wonder why people always went quiet after we were finished with them, Melanie said. Oh, when I get my hands on them, Milshia said. I think just banning them would be enough, Deku said. Wish we could, but it's our fault, so we can't really do anything about it. Though thanks for telling us, Melanie said. No problem. I guess, Deku said. Deku then noticed a woman, who was clearly drunk, walking up to them. He saw that the woman was reaching out her hands to touch the twins' butts. Thinking quickly, Deku used Black Whip to tie up the woman's hands. Now young lady. I don't think the twins would much appreciate your advances, Deku said. But they have nice butts, the drunk woman said. Well, they're only for looking at. Not touching. Now be on your way or you'll have to face the twins, Deku said. Fine, the drunk woman said. Deku then let the woman go. Thanks again, Milshia said. Some people don't know how to keep their hands to themselves, Melanie said. Yeah. I should get going. Everything seems fine with David, so I don't need to watch over him anymore, Deku said. Deku then began to leave. Wait, Melanie said. Deku said. The reason we employed David was because we were handling both keeping guests entertained and doing security. And you've just shown now that you've been quite competent at dealing with drunk people, Melanie said. Go on, Deku said. I would like to ask that you join the security team, at least until we can get more. You'll be working with one of us, and that would free up the other to entertain the guests. So what do you say, Melanie asked. I'll think about it, Deku said. Deku then left the club. What are you planning, Milshia asked. Nothing. We need the help, so I asked, Melanie said. Tuesday. Day 86. Deku was currently making his way through the beacon halls. Ijuku, Blake said. Hey, Blake. What's up, Deku asked. Sorry for the weird question, but what size are you and your teammates' clothes, Blake asked. I don't know about my teammates, but why are you asking that, Deku asked. A wardrobe emergency. Ruby is out of clothes, Blake said. She's out of clothes. How, Deku asked. She forgot to do her laundry. That's how. She's completely out of clothes and down to only one uniform, Blake said. And I guessed her clothes and youngs are too big for her frame. What about Weiss, though? They're more or less the same size, no, Deku asked. You're right about that, but Blake said. Ruby then came out of the bathroom. So Young asked. No dice, Ruby said. Thank the gods about that, Weiss said. Too short, Young asked. No, the length is fine, but it was too tight around the chest, Ruby said. No, it wasn't, Weiss said. As I thought, Young said. The hell do you mean as I thought, Weiss asked. Yeah, and it was all large and stuff around my hips, and Ruby said. One word. One more word and I try my hand a meat skills, Weiss shouted. So. It's been touch and go for a while, Blake said. I bet. Still, what a situation. So she's without clothes at least until tonight, Deku asked. Yeah. Thing is, she needed to go get some tickets for a movie. It's a special projection, so they're nominative and single sale, Blake said. Ouch. Oh wow, I can't believe she forgot to do her laundry, Deku said. She did her underwear, at least. And she's been occupied reading an awful lot more, for some reason. Which I approve. Also, Blake said. What, Deku asked. Well. Truth tell, she does have one outfit left, but she refuses to wear it, Blake said. What do you mean she refuses to wear it? Wait, is this another one of her Rubyisms, Deku asked. Oh, you're familiar, Blake said. Am I ever? Last time she bit me and we rolled down a hill, Deku said. Wait, so that was you, Blake asked. That what? The dirt and the scratches, Deku asked. Yes. The dirt and scratches, Blake said. Anyways. I think my clothes would fit her. We are about the same size, though they may be a bit big on her, but not as big as your clothes and Young's, Deku said. Thanks for the compliment. I guess, Blake said. I'll see you later, Deku said. See you, Blake said. Deku then headed off to the dormitory. Also, despite looking like she had been crying, she had the biggest smile on her face, Blake said. In Team RWBY's room. No, no, no and no. Ruby said. For the love of. Last time you tried those was months ago. At least give them another look. See if you changed your mind, Young said. Huff. Fine. But I haven't, Ruby said. Ruby then went back into the bathroom to change. Huff, she's so stubborn, Young said. The door to their room then opened. Found anything? Blake Young asked. A solution, Deku said. Ijuku Young said. Hey. Heard that Ruby's out of clothes, so I brought over some of mine that should be at least more fitting than the rest of your team's clothes, Deku said. Blake told you that, Young asked. It's why I'm here. So where is she? Or did you convince her to go out in the outfit she refuses to wear, Deku asked. No, she hasn't gone anywhere. But honestly, Ijuku, I think you should go before, Young said. Put it on. Still haven't changed my mind, young Ruby said. Ruby then came out of the bathroom. I'm not wearing this. This, Ruby said. Ruby then noticed Deku. Young's eye long. Exit left, Young said. Young then left the room. Young, I hate you, Ruby shouted. Ruby? Is that? I mean, those clothes, Deku said. It's a stupid present from that stupid Young which never left my stupid wardrobe, and no one was ever supposed to see me wearing till the end of time forever, Ruby said. I see. I mean. You look, Deku said. Ridiculous, I know. Like a kid playing with her mother's clothes, Ruby said. What? No, you look good in them. You look very mature, Deku said. You're just saying that. You're nice, but Ruby said. What? No, I swear, Deku said. Hey, it's alright. I know I'm not. I mean, I'm just good old Ruby Rose. Ruby Rose is cute. She's not beautiful, or fashionable, or yaws, Ruby said. Yowza. What's yowza, Deku asked. Young's yowza. I'm just. You know, normal knees. And I like it better that way, after all, Ruby said. Knee. I don't get it, Deku said. Hee, I'm sorry. It's a Team RWBY inside joke. Anyway. I'll go change, Ruby said. Wait. Don't go change yet, Deku said. Hey. But I don't like these clothes and would much rather prefer to change out of them, Ruby said. Then what about the tickets, Deku asked. I'll just have to miss the projection, Ruby said. But don't you really want to see it? I mean, you did put on those clothes on after all. I can see this means a lot to you, Deku said. It is, but this style. It isn't me, Ruby said. Not now it isn't, Deku said. Hey, Ruby said. While your default mode is being cute. That doesn't mean you can't branch out and be anything else. When you grow up, you'll have to wear clothes that you don't like. Just like you may have to act differently to how you want to. But at the end of the day you make the clothes fit you. So why not give them a try and see if you like being beautiful, Ruby Rose, instead of cute Ruby Rose, Deku said. You really think I'm beautiful, Ruby asked. I do, Deku said. Okay. Hey, Ijuku, Ruby said. Yes, Deku said. Can you accompany me to get those tickets? I'm still a bit self-conscious, Ruby said. Of course, Deku said. Deku and Ruby then headed into Vale to get the tickets. So, thanks for accompanying me. I was almost able to ignore the glances, Ruby said. Yeah. I mean, it's understandable, but a couple were staring a bit too long, Deku said. Not after you glared at them, they didn't. You have to teach me how to stare like that, Ruby said. Heh, what can I say? I guess I got a bit protective, Deku said. Protective or jealous, Ruby whispered. Huh? What did you say, Deku asked. Nothing. Anyway, open your hand, Ruby said. Open my hand, Deku questioned. Deku did so, and Ruby placed 2 tickets in his hand. Wait, why did you buy 2 tickets, and why are you giving them to me, Deku asked. Because one of those is yours, Ruby said. But you need the other ticket though, Deku said. Nope. I've got my own, Ruby said. So who's the third ticket for Deku asked. David. The projection is an adaptation of one of my favorite novels. From the same author as War of Kings. Me and David have been reading them, so I thought, why not invite him to see it together, Ruby said. Okay, but why did you get me a ticket as well, Deku asked. As thanks for coming with me to get them, Ruby said. You didn't need to thank me, you know, Deku said. I know. So, you want in, Ruby asked. Why not? Just tell me when the projection day is, Deku said. Not that far away. Young and Blake were watching them. Blake. Good job, Young said. Oh, I didn't do much. Now it's up to Ruby, Blake said. Now I'm sad, though, Young said. Oh. Because Ruby is growing up so fast, Blake asked. Partly. But's mostly because my little sister got her first date before me, Young said. You can't be serious, Blake said. I didn't have time. Do you know how hard it is to be this awesome and the woman of the house, Young said. Well, to me it appears that Ruby's got 2 dates before you, Blake said. Wednesday. Day 87. Did someone take the number of that train, Fiend Mercury asked, as she finally woke up. What a waste. You were just about to break the record for longest UN sedated slumber, Peach said. What, Fiend Mercury asked. Good morning, Titania. How do you feel, Enrico asked. Who the hell's Titania? And who are you, Fiend Mercury asked. My name is Enrico Polendina, scientist, Enrico said. Just call me Professor Peach. As above. And Titania is the name my cute little students chose for you, Peach said. Chose for me? What am I, a pet, Fiend Mercury asked. Well, we could call you Female Mercury if you prefer, Peach asked. Pa. He'd like that, the self-pleasuring bore. Fine, let's go with Titania. Nice to meet you and all that jazz. Now let me out of this thing, Titania said. After all the trouble we went through to make you comfortable, Peach asked. Freaking smart ace, Titania said. Why, thank you, Peach said. It wasn't a compliment, Titania shouted. And you're not free to go. My daughter and her friends didn't bring you back alive after you tried to kill them out of the goodness of their hearts, Enrico said. Moo. It wasn't my fault, all right. I didn't know they weren't using aura, Titania said. So you couldn't feel their aura, Enrico asked. No, I mean, I couldn't even feel mine, could I? I mean, I guess after being literally born, I hadn't unlocked it yet. I was using someone else's, Titania said. You're aware of your origins, Peach said. And even better. You have a sense of self. You don't think yourself as your DNA donor, Enrico said. That tool wishes he was as sexy as me, Titania said. But you possess his memories, right, Peach asked. Yeah, mixed with some other stuff. I could do without a lot of them, especially the things about his father, Titania said. SOM other stuff. Would you mind sharing, Peach asked. Depends. What's in it for me? And don't say stuff like my life or freedom. I'm the only lead you've got, ain't I, Titania asked. True. So, what do you propose, Enrico asked. Deku was going back to the classroom at night. He had forgotten his notebook and was hoping the door wasn't locked. The door to the classroom then opened. You're out late, Mr. Midoriya, Glinda said. And I care about that because Deku said. The rift between Deku and Glinda was still as wide as the day it formed. Anyways, I forgot my notebook in class this morning, Deku said. I see. You could have recovered it the following morning, though, Glinda said. I know, but it's not something I could really leave unattended for that long. If you catch my drift, Deku said. I see. Though you should be more careful with it, Glinda said. Well, with the life I lead, it's sometimes hard to keep track of everything, Deku said. Wait here. I'll go grab it for you, Glinda said. Glinda then entered the classroom. A short while later Glinda came out of the classroom with Deku's notebook. Here you go. Next time try to not forget personal belongings, Glinda said. That was fast. How did you know where I had been sitting? Deku asked. It's an advanced application of aura. You'll study it during your second year, Glinda said. Wait, you can sense aura like a smell? Deku asked. Glinda just smiled. Good night, Mr. Midoriya, Glinda said. Glinda then left, leaving Deku to think about if she really thinks he would still be in Beacon next year, and if she's become less strict after what happened with Penny. Thursday. Day 88. Ha. Told you she'd like it, David said. I'd call it more her begrudgingly accepting it, Penny said. Then Professor Peach should have proposed my awesome alternatives to her, Evelyn said. I thought about it, but I couldn't find any way to not look at it as a complete waste of time, Peach said. Jack, Penny, David and Deku laughed as Peach caught Evelyn flat-footed. Anyway, in the name of knowledge, a deal has been struck. Titania agreed to help and share in exchange for a couple of things, Peach said. That's awesome. What are those? Jack asked. Food and board, for one, which are going to be provided by me. And another service on your end, students, Peach said. And what would that be? Deku asked. Oh, something laughable. You'll have time to discuss it with Titania on Sunday. I'll bring her around to your room, and speaking of Sunday, Penny. Your father told me that the new parts are ready and that on Sunday you can go get them put in, Peach said. They are. Goodness, that's fantastic. So fast. Father never disappoints, Penny said. You're getting new parts installed, Penny. Is it a railgun? Tell me it's a railgun, Evelyn said. No, that'd be redundant, Penny said. Redundant? Jack asked. Then what kind of parts are they? David asked. Penny then blushed, telling the other immediately what parts they are. I don't even want to know how that conversation went, David said. I don't really want to be the one to ask, but... Is it only the front one? Deku asked. What do you... Oh. I didn't think of that. I'll have to ask Father if he can make some changes, Penny said. I shouldn't have asked, Deku said. So you're into the back end, I do, Evelyn said. Well. Do you want to be able to breath or not? Deku asked. Evelyn was caught flat-footed once again. We'll just have to see, Evelyn said. Deku was walking through the beacon halls at night again. He was wondering why Glinda went to grab his notebook instead of letting him grab it himself. What are you doing here at this time of the day, Mr. Midoriya? A voice asked. What? Professor Peach, Deku yelled, startled. The one and only. Again, what are you doing around here at this hour? Braving your luck with Glinda's patrols, Peach asked. Huh. But isn't Miss Goodwitch in the classroom? I was just wondering, Deku said. And how exactly do you know that? Peach asked. Deku said. I see. Mr. Midoriya, would you mind waiting for me outside? I'll just be a few minutes, Peach said. Sure, I guess, Deku said. Good. Now excuse me, I don't want it to get cold, Peach said. Peach then entered the classroom, and it was only then Deku noticed that she was holding a tray with a teacup and a pot. Deku then left the halls and waited in the gardens. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Midoriya. I had to make up an excuse to explain the sound of your outburst to my old teammate, Peach said. Oh, I see. It's no problem at. Wait. You and Miss Goodwitch were on a team together. You mean here in Beacon? Deku asked. Indeed we were. I think some tales about the old times may state your curiosity better than stalking her around, Peach said. I wasn't. I just got curious as to what she may be doing so late in an empty classroom, Deku said. Speaking of which, how did you find out about it? I mean, it's not exactly a private place, but her curfew is usually enough to scare students into staying away from the main building, Peach said. By complete chance, I swear, Deku said. Deku then explained how he found out. I see. Hey, sounds like something I'd do back when I was a student, Peach said. So that's why you're so familiar with Miss Goodwitch. It's not just that you're colleagues, Deku said. Oh, we go way further back than that. Same graduating class, same team, different specialization, Peach said. Specialization. I see, Deku said. After graduation, you have a chance for further training in specific fields, provided you show some kind of promise, Peach said. So what kind of specializations are there, Deku asked. Way too early for it to be a concern for you. And most hunters just decide to focus on fieldwork anyway, Peach said. Not you, though, Deku said. You'd be surprised. Glinda, instead, immediately took the offer and recommendation from her history teacher to specialize in teaching, Peach said. You mean Miss Goodwitch has never? I mean, she's never been a field hunter, Deku asked. Oh, don't get me wrong. She's been in her fair amount of scraps and battles, but 80% of them are from the time she was a student. A specialization as a teacher leaves you quite safe, we might say. Which is why it's usually taken by hunters who are getting old, or at least they've matured some years of experience on the field, when they are past their prime, Peach said. Miss Goodwitch instead decided to become a teacher immediately, Deku said. Yes. I won't say it's been her desire for as long as I've known her, but it definitely became her only goal during our final year, Peach said. Any special reason why, Deku asked. Yes. One in particular, Peach said, her tone clearly changing. Something happened on our last year at Beacon. And the fallout, coupled with the concerned attention of our history teacher, made Glinda decide to undergo a teacher specialization, Peach said. This history teacher. He's not just some random person, is he, Deku asked. Oh, indeed, Mr. Midoriya. He got a promotion or two over the years and now sits at the highest seat of the school, making him one of the most influential people in all of Remnant. You may have noticed that the headmaster does nothing that isn't in service of some grander scheme of his. A scheme that doesn't get shared with anyone fully, ever, Peach said. You mean? His recommendation for Miss Goodwitch also was some kind of chess move. But why, Deku asked. To get Glinda. You have to understand, Mr. Midoriya, that despite her lack of experience as a field hunter, I know at most 3 people who are stronger than Glinda Goodwitch in a fight, Peach said. Really, Deku asked. I've talked about a hunter's prime. Glinda has never been anything but in her prime. Her skill has never declined, her semblance is powerful and versatile, and her mind has only gotten sharper with age. It's not just her work as a teacher. She keeps herself in peak shape and only aims to better herself. To lead by example and have only more things to pass on to her students. She's always had that potential. Ozpin saw it and wanted it at his side to aid him in his goals, Peach said. Well, from the way you've just described her, who wouldn't want someone like Glinda at their side, Deku said. Oh, don't I know it. Remember that we were in a team together. When things went down, there was no one I'd rather have by my side than Glinda Goodwitch. But the methods, the way he distorts things and forces them through the lenses of his worldview for the sake of his goal. As noble as it may be, I will never approve of them. I will never forgive him, Peach said. The way he distorts things, Deku said. Did Glinda look comfortable trying to trick you in grounding yourself, Peach asked. Evelyn said she didn't want to do it, Deku said. And yet she was doing it because she trusted the headmaster would know better than her how to handle such a situation. I'm actually very thankful for your team, Mr. Midoriya. Glinda needed this collision course with the headmaster, Peach said. I see. I'm now starting to regret how I spoke to her, Deku said. Well, I believe your outburst is what really got her to question us, Pin. So at least some good came out of it, Peach said. Still, it doesn't explain what she does after lessons are over in an empty classroom every night, Deku said. I think it's an easy guess. I'll give you a hint and tell you that I always cut it in half by having a tea break with her, Peach said. Oh, Deku said. She's always liked trying new blends, Peach said. Friday. Day 89. Weiss was currently in the amphitheater, training with Pyrrha. Again, Weiss said. Weiss, Pyrrha said. Please, Weiss said. Weiss, I don't mind sparring, but you're clearly unfocused. Your form is all over the place and your strikes have nothing behind them but a desperate need to lash out. So, what exactly are we doing here? Because this looks more like you trying to distract yourself than real sparring, Pyrrha said. Alright, I admit it, yes. I'm trying to distract myself by getting my butt kicked, Weiss said. And why is that, Pyrrha asked. Because these stupid thoughts have spiraled out of a sequence of events that began with an ass kicking I got. So maybe they'll go away if I get my ass kicked hard enough again, Weiss said. Low-hanging fruit, Pyrrha. Be the better woman, Pyrrha thought. Weiss, I can assure you. Whatever these thoughts of yours are, ignoring them will just cause them to fester, Pyrrha said. They can get worse, Weiss asked. Yes. If you're not confronting them right now, the solution is not bashing your head against a wall. I'd suggest you relax, Pyrrha said. Relax. A relaxing activity, Weiss said. Yes. Is there something you find relaxing but haven't done in a while, Pyrrha asked. Actually, it's been a while since I've gone for a swim, Weiss said. Then I suggest you go for a swim, Pyrrha said. Thanks, Pyrrha, Weiss said. Think nothing of it. Although, I'm curious. What is this all about, Pyrrha asked. A disaster in the making. Stupid boy, Weiss said. Weiss then left the amphitheater. She can't mean, Pyrrha thought. Why didn't I take the fruit? Why, Pyrrha cried out. Deku had gone to Team RWBY's room to confront Weiss. He felt like he had left it long enough for Weiss to process what happened, but she still wasn't answering her scroll. Deku knocked on the door and yet again it was Ruby who answered the door instead of Weiss. Hey, Izuku. Fancy meeting you here, Ruby said. So? We all good now, Deku asked. Yep. Had time to think about it and I decreed that this has been a learning experience for Weiss. After she talked with you, she has been doing nothing but train. You better be prepared for payback, Team RWBY style, Ruby said. She has. Why, Deku asked. To not be shown up by your partner again, Ruby said. But that doesn't. Ruby, the conversation didn't end with her suddenly swearing revenge on Jack. We were talking about something and then she just ran off, Deku said. She ran from you. But why, Ruby said. I don't know. We were talking about how she doesn't want to show herself as immature, Deku said. More than usual, Ruby asked. More than usual. She seemed to realize something about the timing and then she ran, Deku said. Now that I think about it, that's true. Weiss has been trying to control her temper in public since. Hua. Grumble, 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 Ruby said. Did you just say grumble, grumble, grumble out loud, Deku asked. I'm trying to think of what Young would do. Hey, Weiss is currently out of the apartment. Why don't you step inside? I'll call her for you, Ruby said. Oh, you would? Thanks, Ruby, Deku said. My pleasure. Come on, step inside. Chop, Ruby said. Chop, Deku questioned. That too, Ruby said. Deku then entered their room to wait for Weiss. I'm coming out, Ruby. Be honest, Weiss said. Weiss then came out of the bathroom. It's too small, isn't it, Weiss asked. Weiss then noticed that Deku was in the room instead of Ruby. "Hi, Weiss," Deku said. Weiss then screamed and ran back into the bathroom. "Weiss, I'm sorry," Deku said. "Izuku, why are you here?" Weiss asked. "I was worried," and Deku said. "Not that. Why are you inside?" "Where's Ruby?" Weiss asked. "She went to call you," Deku said. "She what?" Weiss asked. "She told me you were out of the room and to wait here," Deku said. She. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to drown and saute her in milk and then roast her on a skewer," Weiss shouted. Do you want me to leave?" Deku asked. No, I mean, it's not your fault. Just give me a few seconds. I bet you were worried because of how I left," Weiss said. "I figured I had said something to offend you," Deku said. "Dolt. You didn't," Weiss said. "I'm glad. Then why did you run?" Deku asked. "Oh, stupid white-haired. Just tell him. Or are you going to hide in the bathroom forever?" Weiss thought. Do you remember what we were talking about?" Weiss asked. "About you not wanting to appear immature." "More than usual," Deku said. "That's Ruby talking, isn't it? Damn her. Point is, I realized that the timing coincided with... Well, it doesn't matter. Point is, the reason why I don't want to act like Ruby is that I don't want to look bad in front of someone," Weiss said. Oh. So that's what? Oh, well. I mean, lucky guy. Or girl," Deku said. "Lucky. You know me. I'd call it a curse," Weiss said. "Nonsense. You're smart, pretty and even rich," Deku said. "And my personality is crap," Weiss said. "It can be. But that's why you're trying to smooth out the rougher edges, no? To make this person more aware of everything else you have. And that's plenty, believe me," Deku said. "That's a valid point, I guess," Weiss said. "I know. So don't put yourself down too much. You're an amazing person, Weiss, but no one is perfect." "So, do I know this person?" Deku asked. "Do you see that compact on my desk?" Weiss asked. Yes, I see it," Deku said. "Open it," Weiss said. Deku does as he was told. "And what now, Weiss?" Deku asked. Weiss didn't say anything. Deku looked back at the compact and realized that there was a reflection of his face in the small mirror. Weiss then exited the bathroom. Is this swimsuit too small?" Weiss asked. "No," Deku said. "Do you like to swim?" Weiss said. Deku and Weiss then went to the school swimming pool. "For some reason I half expected this to turn into a race," Deku said. "Heh, knowing our track record. No, today I just want to relax. Even if the reason for my stress had already disappeared. So I guess this was just spending time with you," Weiss said. "Hey. Fine by me," Deku said. The two sat in silence for a bit. "What are you thinking about?" Deku asked. "Nothing much." You, Weiss asked. "Nothing much. Well, maybe what comes next. Considering that," Deku said. "Do you remember what I told you about how to deal with admitting the superiority of others?" Weiss asked. "A temporary situation," Deku said. "A temporary situation," Weiss said. "I see," Deku said. Deku then put his hand over Weiss's. Weiss looked at him in shock, but quickly smiled and began to rest her head on his shoulder. And they stayed like that until dark. Saturday. Day 90. Deku's scroll went off and he answered it. "Izuku speaking," Deku said. "Well, I did call your scroll," Ruby said. "Hey, Rubes. So, is it today?" Deku asked. Ruby giggled. "Huh. What's funny, Deku asked. You called me Rubes again, Ruby said. And I still don't know if you like it or not, Deku said. Jury is still out on that. Anyway, get David and meet me at the Bullhead Landing, Ruby said. Will do. See you there, Deku said. Don't forget your tickets, Ruby said. Ruby then hanged up. David, it's today, Deku said. All right, David said. Deku then opened his drawer and looked for the tickets. What is Ijuku looking for? David Penny asked. Hey, Penny. He's just looking for the tickets Ruby gave us, David said. There they are, Deku said. Oh, so Ruby called, Penny asked. Yeah, seems like the projection is today, Deku said. Oh, that's a first. And that's great. You're finally going out together, Penny said. Huh? What do you mean by first, Deku asked. And finally. We've both gone out with her before. Remember the cookies, David said. Well, yes, but you've both never gone out with Ruby. Together, have either of you? And this is the first time you two have shown interest in adding the same girl, Penny said. Oh. Penny, no, this is not a date, Deku said. Oh, it isn't, but you're going to watch a movie, Penny said. It is a pretty standard date setting, but just going to see a movie doesn't make this a date, David said. Yeah. She invited me out to see it as thanks for helping her, Deku said. That's true. Too bad, Penny said. Why too bad? You would have liked this to be a date, David asked. Of course. Having Ruby join us would be wonderful, Penny said. What, Deku and David said. She's my first friend, and Evelyn is my partner and you're my boyfriends. Wouldn't it be nice, Penny asked. We're going, Deku said. Have fun on your not date, Penny said. Deku and David then made their way to the Bullhead Landing and waited for Ruby. Hi. Oh, wow. You two were faster than me, Ruby said. Hey, are you David said. David then saw Ruby's outfit. Hey, Ruby, Deku said. That's what I get for not thinking about handbags, Ruby said. Handbags, David asked. Yeah. My combat skirt has plenty of pockets and stuff, but these clothes have nothing. So I had to ask Weiss for a handbag last minute, like Ruby said. So why did you choose to wear that outfit again, Deku asked. Well, I don't plan to make a habit of it or anything, but every now and then, Ruby said. Well, good for you, Deku said. Right. Let's go then, Ruby said. Ruby then boarded the Bullhead. What's wrong, David? Rose pricked your tongue, Deku asked. I just never expected Ruby to wear something like that, David said. Yeah. It doesn't seem like something she would wear. But then again, look at the both of us, Deku said. True, David said. Deku and David then joined Ruby on the Bullhead to Vale. So, is the theater the same one where we got the tickets, Deku asked. Yup. Quite easy to find, so we just need to stay in the general area until it's time, Ruby said. Huh? Until it's time, David asked. For the projection, yes. I mean, it's not even midday yet. Bit early to have a movie theaters open, don't you think, Ruby said. That's true. Yeah, David said. Then why did we meet so early, Deku asked. I just wanted to spend more time together, you know. Hang out for a bit instead of going straight to the movie. So, what do you like to do in the meantime, Ruby asked. What about a walk around the market? I think there are some old bookstores and even some game stalls, David said. Oh. I hope there's a shooting gallery, Ruby said. Turns out, there was a shooting gallery at the market. My word, miss. I've seen my share of Beacon students around here, but your shooting skills are something else, the stall owner said. Thanks. I'll have that scroll cover, please, Ruby said. Coming right up, the stall owner said. That was honestly incredible, Ruby, David said. Yeah. Your shots were impeccable, Ruby said. I was the best shot in my year back in Signal Academy. I guess I ranked pretty high in Beacon too, Ruby said. Oh, no doubt about that. So, a cover for your scroll. I like the rose design, David said. Glad you do, Ruby said. Ruby then gave it to David. Wait, you're giving it to me, David asked. Yup, Ruby said. But you won it and, I mean, you could use it yourself, David said. Well, thing is, I already have one and... Now we match, cool, no, Ruby said. Yeah. Cool, David said. Sorry that I didn't get anything for you, Ijuku, Ruby said. It's fine, you could only get one prize anyways. I'll just win my own, and then we can go get something to eat, Deku said. Oh yes. What about a parfait? Blake told me about this nice place with a great special, Ruby said. Deku then had a go at the shooting gallery. Though he was as good as Ruby, his training with his Air Force gauntlets had helped him win a prize. He chose a small green fluffy rabbit keychain. They then headed to a cafe to get parfaits. They had ordered a parfait for 3, but it didn't come as David and Deku expected. I guess I should have mentioned it's a single coup for 3 people to share. Sorry, Ruby said. It's alright, Deku said. Yeah. It's no big deal, David said. Deku and David then realized that this was indeed a date, but they thought about why they invited the other and who really was Ruby interested in. And they thought that they should confront her about this sooner rather than later. Anyway, the movie starts in half an hour. We should get in line, Ruby said. Absolutely. We don't want to miss it, do we, David said. The 3 then went to watch the movie. Thankfully Ruby couldn't keep her eyes off the screen for the entire movie, though she was sat between the both of them, giving them no indication of who Ruby was interested in. After the movie ended, they headed straight back to Beacon. And then, when they started shooting at bad guys while sliding down that waterfall. That scene in the book was epic, but seeing it live action was... that was so fun, Ruby said. I agree. Thanks for inviting us, Ruby, Deku said. What he said, David said. Thanks for the company. I had a great time with you too, Ruby said. Deku thought that this would be the best time to tell her the truth. Ruby, can we go sit in the gardens? There's something we'd like to talk to you about, Deku said. Sure. Lead the way, Ruby said. The 3 then enter the gardens and sit on a bench close to the fountain. Ruby sat in the middle, Deku on the right and David on the left. Ruby. Did you have fun today, David asked. Yes. Lots and lots of fun, Ruby said. That's good, David said. Ruby, there's something you should know, Deku said. Actually, can I ask you two a question first, Ruby asked. Sure. What is it, Deku asked. How does it work with Penny and Evelyn? Like, do they take turns or split day, or Ruby asked. You knew, David and Deku asked. I knew it. That's what was making you two all serious, Ruby said. How? I mean, I guess Evelyn can make it pretty obvious with the both of us, but David said. No, to my discredit I never noticed by myself. Penny told me, Ruby said. Penny told you? When, Deku asked. This morning, Ruby said. Well, the handbag wasn't the only reason I was late, Ruby said. Ruby started to recount what happened this morning. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude and try and force dynamics that you didn't calculate or push for. So please do not feel like you have to treat your non-date as a date, Penny said, over a call. Ruby began to laugh. Penny, you're I can't even, Ruby laughed. I'm afraid I don't see the reason for your hilarity, Ruby Penny said. I know. Still. Penny, I don't. I mean, I'm flattered but I never, Ruby said. I know, I didn't mean to make you three uncomfortable, by Penny said. Let me finish please. I mean. This is a date, yes. I guess I should have made it a bit clearer, but. It's my first date, though I only planned for a normal date. So this whole situation is. I mean, Ruby said. Oh. That's wonderful. And of course, I understand, Evelyn isn't really used to it yet either. Take your time, Penny said. You mean you don't mind if I go on a date with David and Izuku even though I don't know if I want to be a part of this, Ruby asked. Of course not. Ruby, you're my friend. If it makes you happy and doesn't make anyone sad, there's no harm in it, is there? And you can't decide if you don't at least try, Penny said. I guess that's true. But wait. What about Evelyn, Ruby asked. Oh goodness, you're right. Just 1 second. Evelyn, Penny said. Home too early, Penny, Evelyn said sleepily. Sorry. Just a quick question. Would you mind if Ruby wanted to get together with us, so to speak, Penny asked. What? Ruby as in Miss Workaholic Weapon Crazy Ruby Rose, Evelyn asked sleepily. Yes, Penny said. I don't know her that well yet, but she's cute and nice and she's your friend. I guess I don't mind a trail run. Also, I'm Top Bunny, alright, Evelyn said sleepily. Yeah. Thanks, Evelyn, Penny said. Top Bunny needs more Zeds, Evelyn said sleepily. Evelyn then went back to sleep. Did you hear that, Ruby, Penny asked. Yes, I did. This is so weird, I don't know what to think, Ruby said. I know, it's unconventional. Anyway, I'm okay with it, you and Evelyn want to give it a try. The only people left is Penny said. And there you have it, Ruby said. Oh god. This is. I mean, Ruby, Deku said. I don't think this is a good idea, David said. And why is that, Ruby asked. Because. If this is your first date, and we're your first. I mean, the first people you. I think it'd be better if you tried having a normal relationship with someone, David said. I would have to agree, Deku said. Would it be different if I were young, Ruby asked. What? Well, I guess so, David said. I knew it. Thing is, Young has never had a boyfriend or girlfriend either. And I'd bet Crescent Rose that Weiss hasn't either. David, Izuku. I may act like one a lot, but I'm not a kid. My birthday is coming soon, too. I'm the leader of my team, a hunter in training. A pretty kick-ass one too, if I do say so myself. I think I'm qualified to decide what to do with my feelings. So unless you two don't like me, there's no reason why we can't at least try, right, Ruby said. We're sorry, Ruby. We didn't mean to treat you like a kid, Deku said. Not on purpose, Ruby said. It's just. Are you sure, David asked. Yup. Nothing stops me from taking it slow or backing out, right, Ruby said. Absolutely, Deku said. Then I guess you're my trail boyfriends. Young and Weiss will never live it down, Ruby said. Pfft, do they care about that kind of stuff that much, David asked. Oh, I will make them just so I can hold this one over their heads, Ruby said. Just don't do it too much, okay, Deku said. Although. Ruby said. Although David questioned. Let's not take it too slow either, okay, Ruby said. Ruby then kissed David on the cheek. She then kissed Deku on the cheek. Before disappearing, leaving a train of rose petals behind. Deku and David looked at each other and smiled, before going back to the room. Sunday. Day 91. I really don't know how to send you off, Penny, David said. Understandable, Penny said. We'll just see you later, I guess, Deku said. This is so weird. I like weird, Evelyn said. We are weird. Say hi to your father for us, Penny, Jack said. I will. Have a nice day, Penny said. Penny then left for the lab ship. So, speaking of subjects that won't make me fear paternal retribution, wonder what Titania wants of us specifically, David said. We can only guess. I mean, what we know about her comes to pretty close to zero, Jack said. I bet Professor Peach withheld information from us on purpose, too. She likes messing with people, doesn't she, Evelyn said. I wonder. Who does that remind me of, Deku said. Hey. My thing is completely different, Evelyn said. How so, David asked. I'm me. Have you met me, Evelyn said. Permission to launch a bombardment at our girlfriend, Commander, Deku said. Granted, Jack said. Don't you two dare, Evelyn said. Deku and David then threw pillows at Evelyn. Peach and Titania were currently walking through the gardens on their way to Team JPDDE's dorm room. What the hell was he smoking, Titania asked. Something the matter, Titania, Peach asked. Just. His memories pretty much paint the place as boring, almost a bother. But it's so nice. I guess it's another memento of Daddy dearest. They did live in the middle of nowhere in a forest, didn't they, Titania said. You are one of the best specimens ever, Peach said. Specimen, she says, Titania said. Professor Peach, Titania. Good morning, Penny said. Morning, Penny. The Atlas Ballhead is waiting for you, Peach said. Thank you. I just wanted to check on Titania. Are you adjusting to your new surroundings well, Penny asked. Well, not much to compare it to. It's cool, so far, Titania said. Oh. Beautiful though, Penny said. Despite possessing the memories of her DNA progenitor, Penny, Titania doesn't feel them as her own, Peach said. I see. I think you will get along with David, Penny said. Will I, Titania asked. Well, one of the reasons we wanted to capture you alive was because you two have a lot in common. But it might be more than we thought. Well, I shouldn't keep father waiting. Have a nice day, Penny said. Penny then left. Well, she isn't one to mince words, is she, Titania said. Penny is refreshingly direct, when she needs to be, yes. All of Team JPDE is peculiar, in one way or the other. Even adding you wouldn't be the weirdest component of the solution, Peach said. Really, now, Titania said. Peach and Titania then arrived at Team JPDDE's dorm room. Morning, students, Peach said. Morning, Professor. Titania, Jack said. Yeah, morning, about that. Who chose the name Titania asked. That guy over there, Deku said, pointing at David from his bed. Morning, David said, raising his hand, sitting on Evelyn's bed. Professor Peach was supposed to give you options. I totally pegged you down as Quicksilver, Evelyn said. What, Titania asked. I voted for Metallica, Jack said. Wow, dodged a bullet there. Never mind that, Titania is fine, Titania said. Victory for David, David said. What did you come up with, green one, Titania asked. Magata Kinzoku, Deku said. What, Titania said. It's in a different language. But it translates to bent metal, Deku said. Though I don't like the name. I respect the attempt to name me an insult, Titania said. Told you it would have been a waste of time, Peach said. Moo. I want a revote, Evelyn said. Yeah, while you do that, can I get comfortable? That test tube and the cot on the airship weren't exactly a great resting place, Titania said. Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Jack said. Much obliged, Titania said. How's your chest, Deku asked. Glinda doc patched me up real nice, Titania said. So, as foretold, we've come to talk about Titania's request, Peach said. And what would that request be, Professor Peach, Jack asked. Nothing much, as I said. She just wants to live, Peach said. Teach, you're gonna have to narrow the existentialism down for us, Evelyn said. You may have noticed that Titania has a fairly unique personality. She's not just a copy of Mr. Black with Mamoris, Peach said. What, David said. See. No scars, Titania said. That's very impressive. I wonder what Enrico could have done with my injuries, Deku said. Still, most of what she has are memories of his life and the extra information provided by her creator, Peach said. Her creator? You mean, Jack said. Suffice to say, she wants to fix that, but she can't really do it by staying holed up in the ship or my apartment, Peach said. So you want us to? What? Take her out, Evelyn asked. I'm sure that's please her. I was thinking more of a general crash course on being a teenager, Peach said. Hey. We don't have much experience ourselves, in that. Izuku is the only one to have had a teenage life before coming to Beacon, Jack said. That actually works perfectly. Titania isn't a normal existence, anyway, so an abnormal teenager life is perfect for he needs, Peach said. Hey, what, Deku said. Nishishishi. I got more extras than him than just the two, Titania said. You're trying to make abnormal sound appealing. It won't work, Evelyn said. But abnormality is the challenging of stereotypes. The rediscussion of dogmas. Revelation of Peach said. What the hell are you even doing, David shouted. What? I told you, I'm getting comfortable, Titania said. Titania was now laying on her back, over David's lap. And what exactly are you doing, you chrome-headed bimbo, Evelyn asked. Wow, for a bunny you got some claws, Titania said. The better to pluck your eyes out with. Get off my boyfriend, Evelyn shouted. Or, come on, don't be stingy. You share him with Penny, don't you? And you have another one, Titania said. The difference being Penny is my partner and I love and trust her. And just because I have two boyfriends doesn't mean you can take one. You're currently on my shit, you metal skank, Evelyn said. Could you please stop talking like I'm not here, David said. Oh, how could I forget? You give such poignant reminders, Titania said. All right, that's it, Evelyn shouted. Evelyn, please. And Titania, mind getting off my partner before we have to clean bloodstains off the carpet, Jack said. But I just got comfortable. Although, I could do with a drink, Titania said. Go get comfortable off my lap, already, David shouted. No can do. The pampering is included in the deal, Titania said. Excuse me, Deku said. You heard the prof, I want to make some nice memories, and what's nicer than being pampered and coddled by a bunch of cuties like you guys, Titania said. This is because we beat you, isn't it, David asked. Nishishi. Maybe a bit, Titania said. You cannot be serious, Evelyn shouted. I'm not going to be around that often and I'm your only chance of getting deeper into peak. Can you really afford to refuse over something as silly as being at my beck and call, Titania asked. Cut off your neck and calves is what I'll do, you, Evelyn shouted. We can't, can we, David asked. No. No we can't, Deku said. Stop being responsible, damn it, Evelyn yelled. Great. So, do you know massages, hunky, Titania asked. Okay, no. You're not getting massages, get off my David, Evelyn yelled. Nope, Titania said. Then it's your funeral, Evelyn said. Evelyn then lunged at Titania. Titania quickly leapt from her position, leaving Evelyn to land on David's lap. Titania had leapt towards Deku and had landed on him. His face was smothered in her boobs as her momentum pushed Deku over. Enjoying the view, Titania asked. Deku broke free from Titania's chest to breathe. So, am I gonna get my massages now? You've got a lot of muscle under that suit, Titania said. If you get off me right now. Then fine, Deku said. No, Evelyn whined. Meanwhile in the lab ship. All right. I will go prep the operation room. Reach me once you're ready, Penny Enrico said. Sure, father. And, thanks. For granting such a strange request, Penny said. I admit. It kind of took me by surprise, but it's a sign of your growth and evolution. The desire of intimacy with loved ones. I can think if nothing more human. Although I should probably have some words with Mr. Dikebegis and Midoriya, Enrico said. Please, nothing too harsh, Penny said. I will try. But as a father figure, it is in my given duties to put the fear of God into my daughter's boyfriends, Enrico said. Enrico then entered the operation room. You can be so silly, Papa, Penny said. I agree. Second greatest scientific mind of our time, playing house like a young girl with her dolls. Silly is an apt description, Seal said. I'm sorry, Miss Seal, but that is incorrect. My father is the greatest scientific mind of our time, Penny said. I respectfully disagree. His lapses in judgment aren't worthy of a scientist, Seal said. Well, technically speaking, we're strictly talking about scientific brilliance. As far as advances go, there's no one who can even come close to what my father has accomplished in his lifetime, Penny said. Because that's all that matters, isn't it? Results, Seal said. I'm sorry, Penny asked. It doesn't matter what applications are there for his innovations. What dangers in his breakthroughs. As long as it's something advanced, something the world has never seen before, even if it puts it in peril, that's a badge of merit. The hubris of your father has only ever led to bloodshed. And it reached its culmination in your creation, PENNY unit, Seal said. That designation is private information. How do you know about it, Penny asked. Seal eyes then changed. They looked like Penny's eyes when she activated Sensophilae. Enrico Polendina's breakthroughs are no longer his exclusive, unit, Seal said. You are just like me, Penny asked. Affirmative. Your existence is no longer, Seal said. That's wonderful. That means the process can be replicated, Penny said. You're not bothered by this, Seal said. Why would I be bothered by it? The very fact you exist. Oh, now I understand. Your father is Dr. Aribert Helheim. He's always had a talent for making my father's discoveries commercially available, Penny said. Commercially? I have no father. Dr. Helheim is my creator, Seal said. Semantics, Penny said. Semantics are important. Why did that become a human way to dismiss people is beyond me. Anyway. General Ironwood assigned me to your father's security detail so that I could keep an eye on your behavior. You're too dangerous to be left unchecked, Seal said. Oh, I agree. Please do that. Unless that means you're not going to protect my father, Penny said. Who do you take me for? Unlike you, I was made for a purpose. I won't skirt on my duties, Seal said. That's good then, Penny said. You're impossible. What kind of person are you, Seal asked. Penny laughed. What is it, Seal asked. You called me a person, Penny said. Did not. You're not. We're not. We're not even alive, Seal said. I think you have a very narrow definition of person in your database. May I suggest further interactions with humans, Penny said. It's not narrow. It's logical. It's got plenty of reasons, Seal said. For example, Penny asked. For one, you can't grow up, can you? Seal said. That's true. I should technically be an adolescent, in the middle of changing, but my body has pretty much remained the same ever since I was created, 3 years ago, Penny said. See, Seal said. Thanks for bringing this to my attention, Seal. I shall ask Father to postpone the operation, Penny said. That's cheating, Seal said. If you want, I could ask Father to arrange something for you as well. I'm positive he's already noticed your true nature, Penny said. No, thanks. And I know that doesn't change anything. I'm not here to be your friend or get body upgrades. I'm here to stop you the day you go rogue, Unit, Seal said. If that day ever comes. Please, do it, Penny said. Penny then went to talk to her father. She's even more volatile than I thought. She's definitely dangerous, Seal said. Back in Team JPDDE's room, Titania had gotten her massages. Though throughout, she moaned loudly and sexually, and it was pretty obvious she was doing it on purpose. Ah, that really hit the spot. Thanks for the service, guys, Titania said. Glad you enjoyed it. So we'll see you on Sunday morning, Jack asked. Yup. Be ready for some fighting, though. Just because now you can use aura doesn't mean Pete got any easier, Titania said. Just our luck. Well, at least we won't be going in blind, this time, David said. Don't say that. You'll jinx us, Deku said. And I'm awesome enough for the whole lot of us. Don't worry, hunk, you're in good hands, Titania said. Oh, just begone, you iron thought, Evelyn said. My word, Miss Damerot, that's quite the creative collection of metal-based insults, Peach said. And I can keep going until she rusts away, Evelyn said. Hey. You're going to be fun to be around, Bunny. See you soon, everyone, Titania said. Titania then left the room. And by the way, next time you're not leaving teacher behind, children. I shall spearhead our next expedition into the city of Peak, Peach said. Peach then left the room. I hate her, Evelyn said. Oh, she's not that bad, Jack said. Not that bad. How so, Evelyn asked. She didn't ask anything unreasonable. Also, I think it's less about the pampering and more about our reactions, Evelyn, Deku said. Moo. How do you people deal with me, Evelyn asked. Lots of patience, Jack said. Also love. That tends to shut you up, David said. Hugs are nice, Evelyn said. You are not allowed to do that to her, Evelyn said. Wouldn't dream of it, dearie, Deku said. Penny then returned. Salutations, everyone. How was your afternoon, Penny asked. Hey, Penny. Fruitful, Jack said. Insufferable, Evelyn said. It's had its ups and downs, Deku said. It was alright. So, how did David asked. I decided to postpone the operation 1 week, Penny said. Really? Were there complications, Jack asked. Nothing of the sort. I just decided for some last-minute changes that would make the original operation moot. So we postponed, Penny said. Oh. I see, Deku said. Railgun, Evelyn said. Evelyn, I told you, that'd be redundant, Penny said. Okay, Penny. I'm gonna need you to clarify that, Jack said. At Team Wit Safe House. While I value individuality more than anyone else, it is nice to finally have us being all of one mind, Weza said. So what would you have us do? Kidnap, David Thiller asked. Nothing so boring. What I would have us do is turn this situation into a learning opportunity for all parties involved, Weza said. A learning opportunity, Howard asked. Nothing is gained or learned by staying in your comfort zone, Howard. Which is why our little Jaddy friends are pushed themselves to go to such unexplored reaches. It shall be the same for us, with the unexplored reaches being our targets and ourselves, Weza said. You're not making any sense, Thilla said. Oh, allow a man of science his theatrics. Anyway, I have tasks for all of you. Thilla, Bella. You will travel to Atlas and make contact with a certain individual, Weza said. Atlas. I hate being the designated driver, Bella said. On the way there, you will drop Howard off at the boss's. He wants to speak with him, Weza said. He asked for me, Howard asked. Personally. He wants to thank you, Weza said. Thank me. But I failed. I failed him, Howard said. He knows. Which is exactly why he wants to thank you, Weza said. Monday. Day 92. And that's the general gist of it, Penny said. What's with these harpies just popping up everywhere? First Titania, now this seal. Why can't they just leave us alone, Evelyn said. I appreciate your worries, but fret not, Evelyn. Seal is not a bad person, Penny said. Jury's still out on that one, Evelyn said. Moving on from Evelyn's rant, David said. Penny, I have to ask. Is there merit to what Seal says about you, Jack asked. No, there's not, Evelyn said. Evelyn. Remember what they told us about Penny's secret side, Deku said. Evelyn said. Well, in a potential way. I'm a danger, yes, Penny said. Aren't we all, though, as hunters, Jack asked. Not all in the same way. Context is also important, but suffice to say, I have the most potential for danger because it would be nearly impossible to stop me. Knowing there's someone specifically made to be a counter to myself makes me happy, Penny said. Only you, Penny. But what if she suddenly decides to strike preemptively? That you're too dangerous to keep around, David said. Oh, there's 0% chance she's going to take that kind of initiative, Penny said. And what makes you so sure, Deku asked. Unit. I mean, Penny, Seal said. Seal. What a surprise. What are you doing in the school, Penny asked. HMPH, how naive. Wherever you go, I will never be too far, Seal said. I knew it. Eyes and miscellaneous appendages of the redhead. I'm watching you, Evelyn said. Excuse me, Seal asked. That's Evelyn, Seal. Penny's partner. She's currently going through an overprotective phase. I'm Jack. And those two are David and Izuku, our final teammates, and they are Penny's boyfriends, Jack said. I see. I can't say it's a wait, did you just say boyfriends, Seal asked. Yeah, that's what she said, David said. We seem to be getting this quite a lot. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Seal, Deku said. And other than being my cute partner, she's my girlfriend too, Evelyn said. Hearing that said out loud is kind of embarrassing, Penny said. But you can't. I mean, you know, don't you, Seal asked. We do, Jack said. Then how? Why? Whatever. It's a waste of time. Of course this rogue would gravitate towards abnormal people. Take this and let me be on my way, Seal said. Oh, that's crystallization fluid, Penny said. Your father. I mean, Major Polendina wants you to take this daily to better prepare for the operation, Seal said. Thank you for bringing this here, Seal, Penny said. Think nothing of it. I didn't do it for you, Seal said. Wait, you're basically on an errand. Aren't you Penny's father's new bodyguard, Evelyn asked. As a major of the medical corps, Professor Polendina outranks me, Seal said. So, you came here on an errand because he ordered you to, Deku asked. Have a good day, Seal said. Unlike Penny, I know what obedience means. Have a good day, Seal said. Seal then left the mess hall. Now I get why you don't think she'll take any initiative, Evelyn said. Told you. As I said, she's not a bad person, Penny said. Penny, what the hell do you need crystallization fluid for? Jack asked. I was wondering about that myself. I mean, what even is that? David asked. It's a bit complicated, Penny said. From the name I assume it has something to do with dust, Deku said. Story time can wait. I'm kind of hungry, here Evelyn said. My thoughts exactly, Penny said. That's my goal. Grub, here we come, Evelyn said. Penny and Evelyn then went to eat. So, partner. What's crystallization fluid? David asked. Well, it doesn't work on its own, but simply put crystallization fluid is used to make dust crystals bigger, Jack said. Deku had received a text from Blake. Anyway, thanks for, well, making me fall asleep. Gods, that's such a weird thing to say, isn't it? Blake texted. And hello to you too, Blake. Got to work on your greetings. Or are you just going to start hissing at me? Deku asked. I swear to high heaven, I will scratch your face. We'll see how many girlfriends stick around, Blake texted. Oh, please. Kitty scratches will be the smallest scars I have, Deku texted. Blake was currently in her room. All of a sudden someone came tumbling through the window. Who? Blake said. Oh, well. You are distracted. The usual Blake would have noticed me at least halfway up the water drain, Sun said. Normal people do not enter a room by the window after climbing a water drain to begin with, Sun, Blake said. Well, you wouldn't have let me in otherwise, Sun said. You're impossible, Blake said. Nah, just implausible. So, what's so interesting on your scroll that made you cut off the rest of the world? Sun asked. It's nothing much, Blake said. Nothing much. Is it WF stuff? Sun asked. Oh, no. Quite the opposite, Blake said. Well, that's great then, Sun said. Well, not exactly. I mean, it's still complicated. And I'm still me, Blake said. That's true, Sun said. This is usually the part where you say nonsense, you're great, Blake said. But that would be lying, Sun said. Blake said. I mean, the you being you part of the equation is that you don't feel up to face the situation directly, right? Sun asked. Blake's face fell. As I thought. Afraid of the fallout? Sun asked. A bit. I mean, I don't think there's a possibility for a completely negative outcome, but it may make certain situations awkward, Blake said. That's it, Sun said. Yeah. So, I don't know how to deal with awkward. I don't know how to deal with this kind of teen school drama. I've only ever read about this kind of stuff. Did you forget how I grew up? Blake asked. I never thought it like that, Sun said. Sorry. I flew off the handle, Blake said. No, I mean, of course. What the hell would you know about how to deal with this kind of stuff? Sun asked. I know, Blake said. I mean, even when we first met. Instead of trusting your friends, you were running away from them, Sun said. I know, Blake said. Well, we both know how that ended up. So, do you think you can actually do it, this time? Sun asked. I guess I can at least trust them to not run away from me, Blake said. As long as you don't get in one of your scary moods, Sun said. And what does that mean, exactly? Blake asked. There it is, there it is. Don't do that, Sun shouted. Tuesday. Day 92. In a few words, my core is made up of dust, Penny said. Your core? Like, your heart? David asked. Sort of. Father wasn't clear on the details of my creation, but my core is where my soul resides, according to him. When I was born as just my core. The rest of my body came afterwards, Penny said. And it's made of dust, Jack said. So, you need that fluid to, like, make it bigger? Evelyn asked. Yes. In case we need to chip away at it to make the new parts, it's better to have more than less, Penny said. Chip at? Whoa, there. Are you sure that's safe? Deku asked. It is 100% safe. It's like doing open heart surgery. But my father has performed countless operations of this kind since I was born. It's nothing special for him, Penny said. Will it hurt? Evelyn asked. Not at all. When I'm disconnected from my body it's... Well, I guess you'd equate it to sleeping, Penny said. Still, I'm not really comfortable in having you undergo such an operation, Jack said. Penny, if it's for us, you don't have to, David said. You're all very kind to worry about me like this. But I assure you that there's nothing dangerous to it. Also, the sexual modifications weren't going to involve working on my core. This is something else that I've decided for myself, Penny said. Fine. Though I'd say, we would all feel better if we could be there for you or your dad had an assistant, Deku said. Don't be silly. You have more of Peak to explore, don't you? You're the ones who should be careful, not me. By the time you've landed at the base camp, I will already be done. Also, my father does have an assistant now, Penny said. Huh? When Jack asked. They then started to realize who the assistant was. Oh. I see, Jack said. I approve, Evelyn said. Hooray for hierarchy, David said. Deku was currently thinking of how he could give Young the childhood she never had. You're not going to be able to, Ruby. You didn't go through the previous curriculum, Ruby. Stupid Young. Stupid skipped years, Ruby said. Hey, Ruby. Why the long face? Deku asked. This is not a long face, this is the face of defeat, Ruby said. Okay. What defeated you exactly? Deku asked. Dust equations. I tried doing it on my own, but... What a leader, Ruby said. You mean Professor Peach's individual paper? Deku asked. Yes. You know how I skipped years, right? The headmaster didn't really consider my academic knowledge when he made the offer. There's a lot of stuff I need now that I should have learned at Signal. So much to catch up on, Ruby said. Well, then go ask Professor Peach, Deku said. But I can't tell her that I don't know, Ruby said. Ruby, she's a teacher, and she loves when people want to know more about dust. Do you honestly think she will get angry or cross with you for needing her help, even without considering your situation? Deku said. Well, no, but Ruby said. I bet she can even give you some material to help you catch up on more stuff. That way you won't have to ask for further help, unless you get stuck again, Deku said. You know what? You're right. A little admission of weakness to avoid many more in the future, Ruby said. Let's go find her together, then. I also have a lot to catch up on, Deku said. Deku and Ruby then went to ask Professor Peach for help. A few hours later, Ruby returned to her room. Welcome back, little sis. Ready to prostrate yourself at the feet of the master and do your duty? Young said. Never again, evil Gowler. I have broken the shackles of ignorantity, Ruby said. It's ignorance, you boob, Weiss said. Oh. And that means? Young asked. Phew, Ruby said. Throwing chicken scratches around won't help you, little sis. We're finishing that paper tonight, Young said. It's already finished, Ruby said. Yeah, I know your version of Finn. This is all correct. And legible, Young said. Wait, what? Weiss said. Weiss and Blake then looked at Ruby's dust work. Dust above, she's started copying, Weiss said. Hey, I did not, Ruby said. Ruby, not we wouldn't be happy if that was the cause, but it's hard for us to accept that you did this on your own, Blake said. I didn't. I just asked someone else for help, Ruby said. You asked someone else. But who? Young asked. Professor Peach, of course, Ruby said. You mean? The whole afternoon you were having a one-on-one lesson with Professor Peach? Weiss asked. 2-on-1. Izuku was also there, Ruby said. That's not fair, Weiss said. How is a teacher helping a student catch up on their studies unfair? Blake asked. Because she's the worst student in Dust class. Why can't I have a one-on-one lesson with Miss Peach? Weiss yelled. Because you don't need it, Blake said. You. Weiss said, as she stormed off. Here's hoping she doesn't lower her grades on purpose, Blake said. Nah, that'd make Miss Peach disappointed in her. She wouldn't do that. Good thing I didn't tell her the professor gave me her personal notes. Now I can finally catch up, Ruby said. Oh, that's great, Young said. I know. And I feel so silly, not having thought of it earlier. Then I was talking with Izuku and pop goes the idea, Ruby said. Honestly, I doubt any of us would have thought about it. For some reason or another, I don't think any of us has ever had any trouble in school, Blake said. I wouldn't say that. But I never went to professors with my problems, before. I always went to Young first. So silly, Ruby said. I know, right? I guess just because I've never had to, doesn't mean the rest of the world is half as awesome, Young said. Hey, Ruby. Think I could take a sneak peek at the professor's notes too? Blake asked. Only if you don't tell Weiss, Ruby said. As Ruby and Blake looked over Professor Peach's notes, Young's face fell. Wednesday. Day 94. So, how did you convince Professor Goodwitch to let us ditch her class? David asked. That's not what's going on here, partner. Today Prof Goodwitch wanted to have us spar between partners. I simply suggested she gave us enough space, Jack said. Enough? Wait. You're going to use your semblance? David asked. No. You are, Jack said. You seem surprised, Deku said. Kind of. I mean, whatever Jack's semblance is, it's lethal, isn't it? Is it wise to give me something like that? Even if it's just something similar, David said. I trust you to only use it if necessary, of course. But to know how to properly do that, we need to experiment, Jack said. What brought this on? David asked. Well, on Sunday, we will have to split up. Without Penny, there's just the 6 of us. Titania has to go, Professor Peach wanted to as well, and considering her relationship with Titania and her experience, why shouldn't we allow her? You also need to go. Your connection to Peak and the boss have already proven instrumental to unraveling the mysteries of the city. Me and Evelyn will stay outside as backup and coordination. Still, we don't know what may happen on the inside. So, I figured I should give you some more utilities, Jack said. Utilities, David said. Semblances and quirks aren't strictly for combat, David. And so far you're racking up a useful rack of skills. Even if you're not as powerful as her, Evelyn's clairvoyance is an invaluable asset when exploring the unknown. And Pyrrha's polarization allows you mobility that most people dream of, Deku said. What about your semblance, Jack? What does it do? David asked. My semblance works by stealing kinetic energy and storing it for myself, Jack said. That's the energy of things in motion, right? David asked. In short, what my semblance does is create a field which saps the kinetic energy of everything in it. At a molecular level. To the point that even an object's temperature is affected. Then, when I deactivate the field, I can utilize the energy I've stolen, Jack said. It's kind of like my quirk, but instead of kinetic energy, it just stockpiles power. Also, I don't lose any power when using one for all. It's kind of like leveling up in a video game, Deku said. I see. Does it always have to be in short bursts? David asked. No, I decide the rate and pace of how I use the stolen energy, but I can't put up another field without first expending all the energy I've stolen first. Is that enough information? Or do you need more? Jack asked. No, I think. I feel like it's enough, David said. David then activated Jack's inspiration. Deku was currently in his room cuddling with Evelyn on her bed. But his mind was not focused on her, instead it was focused on Blake. No, that's not how it works. When I'm in the room, I'm supposed to be the focus, Evelyn said. Hey. Sorry, Deku said. You're forgiven this one time. What's swatting you? Evelyn asked. Blake, Deku said. Mruau. You've got good taste, lover boy. Blame Penny. The whole thing is her idea, remember? I'm just making a conscious effort, Evelyn said. Right. Anyway, not in that way. It's just, I was having some kind of positive influence on her behavior. So I guess I feel the weight of responsibility, Deku said. Yeah, I remember when they accused you of witchcraft. Maybe you've already helped her and she's all better, now, Evelyn said. I think her problems run a bit deeper. Wherever they come from. They're not something a one-time nap can solve, Deku said. Well, what do you think she needs? Then Evelyn asked. She pretty much said that she likes how I'm normal. She feels at ease being around me because I don't remind her of her problems like everything else, Deku said. You're her safety value. You help her release the pressure, Evelyn said. Pretty much, Deku said. I bet she must feel really stressed all the time, Evelyn said. Definitely, Deku said. Can you imagine the tension in those shoulders and her back? She's so tall too, Evelyn said. God, she must be as high-strung as a guitar string, Deku said. You should totally offer her a massage, Evelyn said. A massage? Last time I gave a girl a massage, you wanted to paint the room with her blood. I hate that chrome bimbo. I don't hate Blake, and I wouldn't mind if you dragged her in, Evelyn said. Can you please stop creeping on Blake, Deku asked. Doesn't count with my mind, Evelyn said. You're being pretty openly vocal about it. You, Deku said. Deku's scroll then rang. He was currently receiving a call from Blake. Oh my god, it's her, Deku said. Really now? Well, shouldn't you answer, Evelyn said. Hello, Deku said, answering the call. Hey, Ijuku, Blake said. Hey. How are you doing? You suddenly stopped replying, Deku said. Yeah, that was a weird place to stop. It's just, Blake said. Take your time, Deku said. I've taken enough. Deku, could we maybe meet up in private, Blake asked. Well, of course. Is something wrong, Deku asked. Not exactly. There's just something I want to talk to you about, Blake said. That still makes it sound like something's wrong, Deku said. Smart ace. Meet me this Saturday in my room, Blake said. Okay. Saturday, Deku said. Saturday. See you soon, Blake said. The call then ended. Wipe that smile off your face, Deku said. The ears are not for show, Evelyn said. Okay, you heard everything. Evelyn, her last relationship was a disaster. That's not what this is about. She just wants to talk, Deku said. Oh. Too bad, Evelyn said. You're really set on having her on board, aren't you, Deku said. Who wouldn't want her, Evelyn said. Evelyn, seriously, Deku said. Huff, fine. Aiju, other than being smokingly warmly deliciously hot, there's a couple things about Miss Belladonna that makes me interested. They're not things I can bring up, out of respect. Point is, I would definitely like to get to know her better, but you're pretty much my only opportunity to do that, Evelyn said. You're really horny for cat girls, aren't you, Deku said. Evelyn was shocked at what she just heard. I am, And you better satiate my rabbit instincts, Evelyn said. Evelyn the pushed Deku down and kissed him passionately as she began to strip and have her way with him. Thursday. Day 95. Titania was currently chilling in the gardens. Oh, intriguing development. And here I thought you were going to go around causing havoc, Peach said. Causing havoc, Titania questioned. Disturb the general peace, maybe crash my class. Stuff like that, Peach said. Nishishi. I can imagine the faces those guys would make, but, nah. I don't feel like it, Titania said. But you felt like taking a stroll through Beacon's Gardens, Peach said. Yeah. As I said, I like the place. Feels alive, you know, Titania said. As opposed to, Peach asked. Peak, for one. You don't know the half of it yet, but that place is worse than dead. Then, everything in the memories of my donor. He's been surrounded by death all his life. I can almost smell it. Seems like his best memories are all about food. Imagine that. Give me foot rubs and the smell of flowers any time of the day, thank you very much, Titania said. You're a wonder. A real wonder. I can't wait to unveil the mysteries behind your creation, Peach said. PFFFT, make me feel even more like a text subject, will you? Truth is, I don't exactly know that myself. I mean, I know the how and why, but I don't know what made the big guy get the idea of making me like this, you know, Titania said. It's clear this being wanted to make some kind of guardian. But you don't know the reason why he made you as you are, Peach asked. No, I only have a feeling. It's weird, but... It felt like he was trying to one-up someone, Titania said. Deku was walking through the dormitory halls when... Hey. It's Izuku, right, Reese said. Huh. Oh yeah, it is. Hello Reese, Deku said. So, Reese said. What is it, Deku asked. I wanted to apologize for what I did to you with Arslan, Reese said. Arslan made you apologize, didn't she, Deku asked. How did you know, Reese asked. Well, it's been quite a while since that incident and it only now that you've come to apologize, Deku said. Ah. Well. I sorta. Maybe got stuck on how to apologize, you know. Like if I should invite you out somewhere or have you spank me, Reese said. Wait, what, Deku asked. She always hits me so hard, and Reese said. I don't need to know more. I'll take that day out, Deku said, flustered. Oh. Okay then. Just let me know when you're free, Reese said. Friday. Day 96. Young was currently standing in front of a mirror in her alternative outfit. I'll admit the outfit looks good, but you've been staring at yourself way too long. What's on your mind, Blake asked. Blake, Young said. Young, Blake said. I think I may be getting bullied, Young said. Excuse me. And by who, Blake asked. Izuku, Young said. That's what, Blake asked. Well. First of all, there's the matter with Ruby. He was involved in that, Young said. I don't think helping her with studying qualifies as bullying you. Also, I'm getting an A thanks to those notes, Blake said. Traitor. Anyway, whenever I've agreed to help someone, he swoops in and helps them out before I can. Like Ren's smoothie, Sun's jungle gym project, and then Coco's, Young said. Alright, I get it. Izuku has been stealing your thunder, Blake said. Sort of. I mean, maybe calling it bullying is too far, but... Why is he doing this, Young asked. Blake smirked. What's with the smirk, Young asked. Remember how you told me that, last time, he promised to give you the childhood you never had, Blake asked. Well, yeah, but... Wait a minute, you mean that he's doing this so that I don't have to do it? Are you kidding me, Young asked. You do have a tendency to overdo things, Blake said. Well, Good thing your color scheme is black because you make for quite the pot, right now Young said. RM. Alright, it's less about overdoing and more about taking on too much stuff at the same time Blake said. Oh, please. I've always done this. I'm fine Young said. I guess he's not convinced. Or maybe he's just worried Blake said. I knew I shouldn't have been that open with him Young said. And yet you did. Why Blake asked. I don't know. I felt like it. He's a good listener Young said. I'm also a good listener Blake said. I know, but it's different with him. You've got the whole sexy emotion Heidi ninja thing down to par, which is totally cool, while he wears his mood on his sleeve, you know Young said. I guess he does. Have you seen him blush Blake asked. Have I? He gets all shades of red depending on the committed offense. It's the CU Young said. Young then blushed. Stop it Young said. Stop doing what Blake asked. You know what? He's got a girlfriend Young said. My dear Young, I just asked you a question. I didn't ask if you found him cute or something. That was you Blake said. Shut up. I didn't say I find him cute Young said. Do you Blake asked. You little. I'm going to Junior's Young said. Of course. Have fun. And you don't need to worry about Izuku stealing your thunder. I heard he's working this evening Blake said. Where does he work Young asked. I thought you didn't want to talk about Izuku anymore Blake said. Shut Young said. Young then left. You're so dead, Young's eye long. Found a chink in your blonde armor Blake said. Young was in Vale making her way to Junior's. Stupid homeworking cat. And why did I get so flustered, anyway? I'm not some silly schoolgirl and I may have never dated before but I'm Young's eye long, damn it. And sure, as hell ain't got a crush. Crushes are for Ruby. So what if I find him cute? Doesn't mean anything. Yes, that is what I should have told her. You know what? That's exactly what I'll do when I go back. Now let's get to business. One security dragon coming Young thought. Young then saw the last thing she wanted to see tonight. Oh, you've got to be kidding me Young said. Oh, look the cow has finally arrived Melanie said. Hey, Young. Did you come here to party with all the free time you have Deku asked. How? Did you even? No. Are you stalking me? Tapping my scroll. Should I check for wires in my hair Young shouted. What Deku said. Don't you want me, mister? I don't need you to feel sorry for me and even, that doesn't give you the right to interfere with my life Young said. That's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to Deku said. What? Make me feel useless Young asked. No I just wanted to give you some time to have fun and relax. That's what I thought you came here for Deku said. If that's so. Why am I seeing you here Young asked. Because I work here Deku said. Okay. Upstairs, now Young shouted. Hey don't leave. You've got work to do Melanie said. Young then took Deku upstairs. Now, tell me why you're stealing my thunder Young said. Stealing your thunder Deku asked. Doing everything I offered to help others with. How did you even know about my arrangements Young said. I asked someone Deku said. Ruby Young said. No Deku said. Yeah, sure. I'll admit, I don't have the exclusive on helping out people but at least ask people to cancel Young said. Wait, you mean they didn't Deku asked. No Young said. But why Deku said. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have enough time. Still, couldn't you have told me beforehand? Or offered Young asked. Young. I know who you are. You would have just said no, Deku said. Okay, that's true. But still, Izuku. Why, Young asked. Well, doing stuff for you seemed like the best to give you the free time you never had as a kid. And I don't think you would have like someone hanging around you all day doing stuff for you, Deku said. I got that, still. Listen, I understand what you wanted to do, but Young said. Young sighed. Alright, I'll level with you. I really wouldn't know what to do with all this spare time, Moran Young said. Excuse me, Deku said. This is me we're talking about. Do you really think that if I wanted to take some more time for myself, I wouldn't? Young asked. Maybe. I've been told time and again to stop doing so much, but I just can't. I thought you had the same problem, Deku said. I see now. Well, I don't really have what you could call a hobby. I mean, I like dancing and parties and riding my motorcycle, but those aren't exactly things I can do whenever I feel like, no. I never really had time to experiment growing up. And now that I've got more freedom, I guess I just fall into the old housekeeping habit. See something in need of fixing or helping. Young to the rescue, Young said. So, instead of trying to free up your schedule, Deku said, you should try and offer me something else to do so I don't end up studying or training or helping people with chores. Hey Yanks, wanna go get some ice cream? Or something along those lines, Young said. I will keep that in mind, Deku said. You know it. So just offer me options, Young said. Well. So Young said. How, Deku said. I'm waiting, Young said. Waiting for what, Deku asked. Ah. You freed my evening. Offer me options, Young said. No, I didn't. Remember, I was working before you exploded and abducted me, Deku said. Oh yeah. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry, Young said. Young. Hold on, Deku said. Young and Deku then tumbled over each other. Wah. I'm sorry, so sorry, Young said. No, I grabbed your arm all of a sudden. It's my, Deku said. Young had landed on her back, with Deku over her, his hands stretched out, keeping to stop himself from falling onto Young. My fault, Deku said. Izuku, Young said. Yeah, Deku said. I think you should. Get up, Young said. I agree, Deku said. All the way. Please, Young asked. Yes. I'm sorry, Deku said. Deku then stood up, allowing Young to stand up as well. So, that happened, Young said. Yup, Deku said. Want to go drink something, Young asked. I would like to, but I've got to get back to work, Deku said. Oh shit. Sorry about that, Young said. Just get me something. With a lot of ice, Deku said. Oh wow. I didn't know I had this effect on people, Young said. That's a goddamned lie and you know it, Deku said. Maybe, Young laughed. Deku then got back to work while Young got 2 drinks before joining him. So, not to shoot myself in the foot, but what exactly is the deal with your girlfriend? And I think Evelyn, Young asked. It's a long story, Deku said. We'll take a long drink, then Young said. Well, first off, you forgot about David. Young then spat out her drink. What, Young asked. Like I said. It's a long story, Deku said. Standing far away, looking over them, was a woman in red and black, wearing a grim-like mask. Sunday. Day 97. Deku was wondering what Blake wanted to talk to her about. His mind was flooded with weird thoughts that were planted by Evelyn. Though thankfully, she was still sleeping and couldn't put any more thoughts in his mind. Hit that Aiju, Evelyn said in her sleep. Deku then left for Team RWBY's room. You're really sure you don't want us to stick around? Young asked. Yes. This is something I have to do alone. I'm afraid I may end up reliant on emotional support, Blake said. Rely on us all you want. I don't mind, Ruby said. Ruby. I'm sure that intention is appreciated, but this is exactly what Blake wants to avoid, Weiss said. Indeed. There's still a lot of stuff I'm not ready to face on my own, as recent events have proven. Which is why I have to at least try and do something this simple alone. Baby steps, Blake said. I wouldn't call it a baby step, considering, Young said. Maybe not the subject matter. But most of the context makes it a safe bet. Safer than most, Blake said. I see, Young said. I don't, Ruby said. I think for once we can trust she's not going to come to any self-inflicted harm, Weiss said. If you say so. But we'll be close by, Ruby said. Not too close, I hope, Blake said. Ruby, Weiss and Young then left the room. Blake then turned off the lights. Showtime, Blake said. Deku had now arrived at Team RWBY's room. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Blake. It's me, Deku said. There was still no answer. Deku then noticed that the door wasn't fully closed. Deku then entered the room. Hello. Blake, Deku said. Again, there was no answer. Blake, this is getting real unnerving. If this a prank, it's working, Deku said. Deku was then tackled. What in the, Deku yelled. Whoever attacked him slammed into him from behind. Long legs wrap around his arms and torso, locking them together while slender but strong arms grab into his head and neck. Deku quickly jumps and lets himself fall to the ground back first, making his attacker hit the floor hard and having him land on top of them. Blake said. Blake, Deku asked. The impact lessened their grip and allowed Deku to escape their grasp. The lights then came back on. Blake, what on earth has gotten into you, Deku asked. Blake then stood in front of Deku, showing a pair of cat ears on her head. You going to say anything? Why did you attack me, Deku asked. Have you not noticed, Blake asked. What, the cat ears, Deku asked. Yes, the cat ears. I'm a faunus, Blake said. I already know that, Deku said. Really? Who spilled the beans? John, I swear, Blake said. No one told me, Blake. I had my suspicions that you were a cat faunus. Evelyn just confirmed it, Deku said. You don't care at all, do you, Blake said. Blake, my girlfriend is a faunus, remember? Unless this is some kind of heat thing and factors into it, tight now I care more about why you attacked me, Deku said. There were 3 things I wanted to tell you today, Izuku. First, that I'm a faunus, Blake said. We established that. Then Deku asked. Remember? The first time we went out, Blake asked. Yes, Deku said. The past I wanted to leave behind and yet still manages to find me. Or maybe I am just tied to it for eternity. Izuku. I was a member of the White Fang, Blake said. The White what now, Deku asked. What, Blake said. I have never heard of the White Fang before. I understand it's supposed to be some big thing, but without having prior knowledge, it's the same as you telling me you were a junior detective or something, Deku said. A junior det, can't you read the mood even a little, Blake asked. Sorry. I've never heard of the White Fang in my entire life. I mean, I get that it's supposed to be something bad, maybe. But I can't for the life of me put you and bad in the same equation, Blake. Wait, is that what the sneak attack was all about, Deku asked. That's not the reaction I was expecting at all. But I think I prefer it, Blake said. I would have let you speak your piece anyway. So, what's the White Fang, Deku asked. The White Fang started as a liberation front for the faunus, so to speak. To denounce and fight the treatment faunus still receive from humans in many parts of the world, Blake said. That's a noble cause, but I guess there's more, Deku said. Yes. Like all ideology-based organizations, the White Fang has factions as well. One has more direct approaches to the problems of fairness, Blake said. I see, Deku said. I was a member of that faction, for a time. Until, Blake said. Until you felt they were going too far. Less helping fairness and more kill all humans, Deku said. Something like that, Blake said. And that's when you came to Beacon, Deku said. Yes, Blake said. And here I thought it was something serious, Deku said. You cheeky. You're seriously not going to ask me more questions about it, Blake asked. Considering your evident penchant for self-loathing, I'm sure you would have told me if you had actually gone and slaughtered innocents in the name of your terrorist fairness masters, Deku said. Oh my gods, how can you even joke about that? You're horrible, Blake said. Just trying to lighten the mood. And you're laughing anyways, Deku said. I'm just caught in your pace. Shut up, Blake said. Make me, Deku said. Very well. If you insist. I told you I wanted to talk about 3 things today, remember, Blake said. Yeah, Deku said. Yeah. You may remember when I mentioned my ex-boyfriend. How the breakup wasn't exactly clean, Blake said. The breakup time coincides with when you left the White Fang, doesn't it, Deku asked. Yes. Suffice to say, I'm in no way ready for a serious relationship of any kind. I need to get stronger as a person, to never end up so dependent on someone ever again, to the point of going blind to his faults, Blake said. Makes sense. I hope you can reach that point sooner rather than later, Deku said. Thanks. Anyway. You're not a serious person, are you, Blake asked. Only if you threaten or hurt my friends and the people I love, Deku said. Blake then gave Deku a look. Blake. I know what you're thinking, but Deku said. Blake then tackled Deku. My bed. Why on my bed, Ruby asked. Alright, that's enough. Let's vamoose, Young said. Ahem. Quite, Weiss said. Blake currently had her head on Deku's lap as he ran his fingers through her hair. Are you comfortable, Deku asked. Very much. Exactly what I needed, Blake said. You could have just asked instead of just jumping me, you know, Deku said. Maybe, Blake said. It's serious, Deku said. Blake said. With Evelyn, Penny and David. It's kinda serious, Deku said. I didn't mean to imply, Blake said. I know. What I mean is, I doubt they are going to think badly of us for some cuddles, but you're going to have to befriend them. And ask for forgiveness, Deku said. Sounds fair. I'm sorry, Blake said. Good. Also, there's now a lot more cat pun in your future, Kitley, Deku said. Call this a petting session and you're dead, Blake said. Sunday. Day 98. No take-backs this time, Penny Enrico asked. None at all, father. I'm operation ready, Penny said. That's my goal. Are you also ready, Assistant Enrico asked. Yes. But let it be known I'm 100% opposed to this operation, Seal said. Duly noted. I trust you will still perform to the best of your capacities, Enrico said. Of course. This operation will be a success, Seal said. Thanks. I'll be in your hands, Seal. I will go change and wait for you by the stasis tube, Penny said. Penny then left the room. Why is she thanking me? I don't understand, Seal said. Because she appreciates what you will do, Enrico said. Even when I said I disapprove, Seal asked. Especially because you said you disapprove, Enrico said. I don't understand, Seal said. I'm sure you will in time, Seal. You are your father's daughter, after all, Enrico said, as he left the room. He's not my father, Seal said. Meanwhile at peak, Deku and David were in one of the tents, both deep in thought. Thinking of Penny, Evelyn asked. Yes, Deku said. It's all that I can think about, David said. Yeah, me too. But it doesn't do us a lick of good, does it, Evelyn said. No. No it doesn't, David said. I trust her judgment. I trust in her father's skills. Still can't help but be worried, Deku said. Me too. I'm just starting to get used to the girlfriend thing, too. Speaking of which. How's it going between you two, Evelyn asked. Nothing has been happening, David said. We've really just been accepting that we share girlfriends, Deku said. Moo. Why do you two have to be so boring, Evelyn asked. Of course you would like us to get it on, wouldn't you, David said. Duh. After today Penny will be ready and I want a show to watch after me and Penny perform together. Okay. Enough about that. We'll talk about this later, Deku said. Fine. Back on topic. But as Penny said, we're the ones who need to worried. So let's think of ourselves now, so we can go back to Beacon to welcome her with a big smile on our faces, Evelyn said. We love you, you know that, David said. Yes, but I love hearing those words, Evelyn said. Oh gods, come out already. I'm about to puke, Titania said. Deku, David and Evelyn then exited the tent. Look at that. The witch is weak to the power of love. Not surprised in the slightest, Evelyn said. Love is fine. Mush gives me herpes, Titania said. Alright, seems like we're relaxed enough. Guess we're all ready, then. Just like last time, we stay in radio contact at all times and you retreat at the first sign of trouble. If you can't, we're coming in as backup, Jack said. Roger that, David said. So it shall be, Miss Ivory Peach said. Yeah, Titania said. IW Team PTDD, Evelyn said. Pfft, what does that even mean? Anyway, Izuku, you're in charge while you're in there, Jack said. Copy that. But why not Professor Peach, Deku asked. Well, I can't get a grasp on how Miss Peach's brain works, and you're the most cautious person and strongest person I know, Jack said. I see. I won't disappoint, Deku said. We'll be in your care, Mr. Midoriya, Peach said. Yep. Don't lead us astray, almighty leader, Titania said. Lead the way, second in command, David said. Go get him, partner, Jack said. Whatever it is you're gonna get. Will you spill the bean already, Titania, Evelyn asked. Very well. If you must know. We're gonna get you guys a piece of me, Titania said. Evelyn then moved to stand in front of David and Deku. Back at the lab ship. The energy levels are stable, so no leaks, all reroutings properly adjusted, Seal said. Very well. Let's start draining the conduction fluid, Enrico said. Reactivation and release of the pneumatic seal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Seal said. Hello, Father. Seal. I'm back, Penny said. Welcome back, Penny. How does your upgraded body feel, Enrico asked. Honestly, Father. It feels amazing, Penny said. Penny had a whole new look. Her whole body was bigger in all the right places, and she had a new combat outfit to boot. It's everything I've wanted it to be. Thanks, Father, Penny said. You're welcome, my dear. Think your friends will like it, Enrico asked. I'm absolutely positive. They are going to be so surprised. Oh, think David and Izuku will like the chest and butt upgrades, Penny asked. Chest and butt upgrades, she calls them, Seal said. I'd prefer not to comment on that. Should we start the calibration and strength tests, Enrico asked. Of course. I can't wait to start, Penny said. Back at peak. I hate the waiting game, Evelyn said. Want to play the talking game then, Jack asked. Why not? We haven't done it in a while, have we, Evelyn said. Yes. So, what is Penny's father testing your blood for, other than the effects of David's aura? Jack asked. How even? Evelyn asked. When he first visited and when we came back inside, you seemed pretty eager to have him go back to his lab ASAP. No time like the present. Also, you and Penny started getting even closer since that day. So, I have to ask, is there something you're keeping from us? Jack asked. I didn't want to add more stuff to the pot. We've already got our hands full, Evelyn said. Evelyn, Jack said. Not indefinitely. Just until I had something more to share than another sob story for the pile, Evelyn said. Gods, it's like we're magnets for those, aren't we? Jack asked. But we power through them, because we're awesome, Evelyn said. I doubt you're going to be able to power through this one as easily, Evelyn Thiller said. What the actual? You, Evelyn said. Thiller. No. Isabella, Jack said. Hey sis, Thiller said. Up in Peak's Gate. Think it'll work? David asked. Well, the theory is sound. This field is the big guy's aura and it works by affecting yours. The metal I was made out of absorbs it, Titania said. So there's a chance that if we carry some around, it'll gather in it instead of affecting us. Marvelous. As a woman of science, I call dibs on the biggest piece, Peach said. Well, someone's having fun. You're sure there's going to be anything left, though? Deku asked. Unless someone went and cleaned it up. I certainly don't weight as much as the blob I was before, so the law of conservation of mass should apply, Titania said. Deku and David were surprised about Titania knowledge. Nishishi. That's how Peach put it. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Titania asked. Oh. Well, this is a surprise, Peach said. What is? David asked. Is there any metal left? Deku asked. Oh, there's plenty. But this you have to see, students, Peach said. Deku, David and Titania then climbed up the ladder to the gate's gearwork to see what Professor Peach was talking about. I don't know one of the two, but I guess you could shed some light, Izuku and David. The other is very familiar to me, though. Quite the unexpected surprise, Peach said. Professor Peach, what are you even? Deku said. Deku then saw who was here. You. Here, David shouted. Standing before them was Weza and Bella. Hello, David, Bella said. You sure like to keep people waiting. We expected you at least 10 minutes ago, Weza said. Well found, Weza. It's been a long time, Peach said. You haven't aged a day, Professor. And, Dik Begis. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Weza said. Back at the Peak campsite. You're looking good, Jack said. Thanks. Except it's not really my body, Thiller said. I know, right? You're older than me, body-wise. Still, I'm happy to see that you're sound of mind and body, whoever they may originally belong to, Jack said. I appreciate it, Thiller said. Well, moving on, then, are you here to surrender? Jack asked. Goodness, no, Thiller said. Figures. Then, is Lil Miss Ray PMC assault nearby? Because I want to give her a piece of my mind, Evelyn said. Don't talk about Bella like that, Thiller said. She sexually assaulted my boyfriend. I'll call her whatever the hell I want, Evelyn said. She wasn't in her right mind and you know it, Thiller said. Like I give a, Evelyn said. Alright, enough of this. Thiller, if you're not here to surrender, you're here for David, aren't you? Jack asked. We're here for all of you, Thiller said. We. So Howard and Bella are around too, Jack said. Howard is otherwise occupied. But Weza decided to come with us, Thiller said. Weza Van Gertie, Jack thought. And there's someone else who'd like to meet you, Thiller said. Someone else, she says. Who? Evelyn asked. Oh, I wouldn't know. Why don't you come find out, Thiller said. Evelyn and Jack then charged at Thiller. So that's the chick who tried to rape you, David, or something. You let a squirt like that try and force herself on you, Titania asked. How do you even? Never mind, Titania, don't underestimate her. Bella is dangerous, David said. Really, now, Titania said. I'm sorry, David, Bella said. Now, let's all get along. Since you're finally here, it means we can finally start the lesson, Weza said. A lesson, Peach asked. Indeed. I will take this opportunity and turn all of Peak into our classroom, Weza said. Very interesting. I approve, Peach said. Professor Peach, Deku exclaimed. Oh, relax, Izuku. It's not like Weza is going to give us a choice in the matter, is he? And this is going to be some good battle practice for you students, Peach said. You mean you're not going to help, David asked. Of course I won't give anyone a choice in the matter. Why would I ever go, that Weza said. Weza and Bella then showed off that they had exactly 6 pieces of Titania's body in their hands. Hey! Hands off the merchandise, Titania shouted. How did you even know, Deku asked. Simple inductive reasoning. So, I'm confident Thiller and our esteemed guest have already started the lesson, outside. So, what about we get it underway as well, Weza said. Bella then ran off. Bella, David shouted. I got the fire crotch. You take coat ends, ma'am, Titania said. Titania then took off after Bella. Titania, don't. David, I'm leaving Weza to you. I'm going to help Titania, Deku said. But I don't think, David said. David, you can handle him. You've come a long way. Time to test your skills, Deku said. All right, David said. Deku then chased after Bella and Titania. Now, shall we relocate to a more spacious LOC, Weza said. David charged at Weza. Back outside. You got metal in your flats? Seriously, Evelyn asked. Everyone's got their own weapons, Thiller said. Jack then hit Thiller. Penny told you about my semblance, Thiller said. Thiller then took off towards the cliff edge leading to the forest. Yeah, fighting the two of you at the same time is too hard. Have to get at least one of you out of the way, Thiller said. Good luck with that, Evelyn said. Thanks, Thiller said. Thiller then quickly went for Jack. Evelyn charged after her, but Thiller then flung her into the air. Ah-hoo-hoo-hoo, Evelyn yelled, as she flew. Evelyn, Jack shouted. Worry about yourself, sis, Thiller said. Up on Peak's walls. HMPH. Slippery little tart, aren't you? But you trapped yourself, Titania said. How vulgar, Bella said. What, Titania said. You're vulgar. Your voice is vulgar, your words are vulgar, your body is vulgar. You're disgusting, Bella said. What the actual? Alright, hand over the stuff and maybe I won't spank you, Titania said. How about no, Bella said. Spanking it is, then, Titania said. Titania got moved towards Bella, but before she could do anything to her, Bella grabbed onto her hand with a mighty grip. What the? A grip on my arm, Titania thought. Didn't you listen to what Big David told you, Bella asked. Titania shouted. Do not underestimate me, Bella said. Unfortunately, Titania is not one for taking people's warnings, Deku said, charging at Bella. Bella let go of Titania's arm and caught both Deku's fists. A small strong gust of wind emitted from where their hands collided. I noticed, Bella said. Bella then lifted Deku up, still holding onto his fists, and then slammed her into Titania. She had created an explosion out of thin air. Meanwhile, at the front of the gate inside Peak. Honestly. Such rudeness. Chasing people down flights of stairs and walls. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were raised by wild dogs. Oh well, let's start the first test. Come at me, JPDE Sonata said. I'll do whatever the hell I want, thank you very much, David said. David went to swing his whip at Sonata, but after Sonata whistled, his arm changed course, making his strike miss. Missed me by a mile, JPDE. Do you want to try again? Sonata asked. You smug, David said. David tried again, but to the same result after Sonata whistled. The bewildered reaction never gets old, Sonata said. You're arg, David said. David then tried again. He tried multiple attacks against Sonata, each of them ending up with a part of his body moving, causing him to miss. Ack, David yelled in pain. Ouch. Right on the knee. That must hurt, Sonata said. You're doing something to my body, David said. Yes. Are you going to plug your ears and go na-na-na-na like the last moron? I assure you, it won't work, Sonata said. David then activated his inspiration of Evelyn's semblance. Ah, your semblance. Judging from your eyes, you must be borrowing from your Faunus girlfriend, Sonata said. David tried to hit Sonata again, but nothing had changed. But knowing when I'm going to whistle isn't going to help if it still happens, Sonata said. Then I guess I'll need to try something different, nee, David said. David then activated Pyrrha's inspiration. I admit I have no idea who you're borrowing from, right now. But that's not enough, intimidate me. And you put away your whip. What is it you're going to do, Sonata said. David then threw a punch at Sonata, though this time he was able to hit Sonata. Didn't expect you to hit in so soon. Despite your tripping, your fist kept its path, Sonata said. I told you I'd try something different. And you dropped the parts of Titania's body. This fight is over, David said. Oh, you're terribly entertaining, JPDE Sonata laughed. What's so funny, David asked. I told you, this is a test. As the scientist in charge, I decide when it's over. And a fight over just one hit. Thiller had told me you didn't like fighting, but this is way too optimistic, Sonata said. I've already seen through your semblance. Alternating my movements won't work any longer, David said. That you did. As expected, you've got fine battle instinct, despite your distaste for fighting. Now, let's see what happens if I get just a little bit serious, Sonata said. David then screamed out in pain. On Peak's walls, Bella had been hitting Deku and Titania with multiple explosions. You're not just a vulgar woman. You're a moron, too. How many explosions to the face do you need to take before understanding you need to fight seriously? Use your semblance, already, Bella said. Deku then axe-kicked Bella, though she caught his leg and flung him back from where he came. And what's with you just shrugging them off, Bella asked. I'm used to taking explosions to the face. Now what's up with your semblance, Deku said. Wouldn't you like to know, Bella said. I can't, alright. I can't use my semblance, Titania said. You what, Bella said. I was literally born the other week and my aura was locked. I haven't unlocked my semblance yet, Titania said. Oh, well. I feel almost bad doing this, now, Bella said. You won't be able to, Deku said, as he charged at Bella, knocking her away from Titania. At the campsite. Is this really all you've got, sister? I really expected better from you, Thiller said. You expected me to just break my sister's face in, Jack asked. Maybe. Honestly, your conviction pales in comparison to Penny's. Is this the resolve you have? Is this how you want to protect your team and save me? Evelyn was trying harder than you are after I sent her flying. You're not even using your semblance. Is this really all that it takes for you to give up, Thiller asked. Down in the forest. Ark, I'm getting sloppy. Damn your sweet buns, my double DS. You two and that redhead are like my mama bunny tiger button now, damn it. I seriously need to learn to cool my jest when you're involved. Especially you, David. I mean, I worry about Penny and Aiju as well, but they've proven they can defend themselves. You can't win a fight without blowing yourself up. Then again, no goddamn student should deal with half the shit we have to deal with. Ah, that's it. Super training from hell it is. We're making you go over the limit of human, or whatever you are, endurance until you get to the third stage of your semblance. And it damn better be completely broken and overpowered, or Evelyn said. Who are you even talking to? A voice asked. You haven't changed at all, Evelyn. And I see all the nutrients still stop at chest height, the voice said. Evelyn remained in stunned silence. Phew phew phew. I was right, wasn't I? My distribution, on the other hand, is uniform. See my hair. Any. Look at my hair, Evelyn. Look at my everything, the voice said. You, Evelyn said. Someone with the same hair color as Evelyn, and a white mask, was sitting up in a tree behind her. Yes, Evelyn. I am, in fact, now prettier than you. Thanks for noticing. Tee-hee-hee, the voice said. You, Evelyn said. You chose the wrong day to show your mug again, Andrea, Evelyn shouted in a furious rage. Back at the campsite. Making a lot of assumptions there, Isabella, Jack said. Jack then activated her semblance. Euthila said. I can't control its potency, but I can control the size perfectly, sister. Even making it so thin it only affects the air around me. I may not be willing to kill you, Isabella, but did you really think you could attack one of my teammates and get away with it? Jack shouted. Jack then punched Thilla, sending her flying back. Thilla said. Do not mistake my mercy for hesitation, Jack said, appearing behind Thilla. Jack then punched Thilla again. Thilla said. Seems like we've been missing a lot of quality family time, huh? I suggest we catch up. I'll teach you to respect your older sister and her friends if I have to break your goddamned legs. Now come at me, you little brat, Jack said. Jack then began to pulverize Thilla with a flurry of punches. Miss Ivory seems to be on top of things and Miss Damarot's aura is flaring strong. Very good. Now, considering his opponent, I would be more prone to go and support Mr. Dik Begis. But I did not expect Titania and Ijuku to have such a hard time, Peach said. Up in the gate gear work. What is with you? No matter how many explosions to the face you take, you just keep getting back up. Your aura should be gone, and it feels weird, Bella said. Wouldn't you like to know? Now your semblance. Explosions and super strength aren't exactly related, so you have some sort of do-all semblance. But there seems to be some limits, otherwise you would have just made us drop dead, Deku said. Not true. I'm not killing you two only because that would make David hate me even more, Bella said. Yeah, sure. You're faster, stronger than us, and you're exploding all over my face, Titania said. You're not getting any information about my semblance from me, Bella said. I know. But, I bet it can't make you fly, can it? Titania asked. What? Bella said. Titania then charged at Bella and sent them both through the window. Titania, Deku shouted. Bella opened her lighter and then they were surrounded by a large stream of fire. Are you crazy? Bella asked. Maybe. I'm still discovering myself after all. Anyway, in absence of my semblance, may I introduce you to my friend Gravity? Titania said. You bitch, Bella shouted. Titania and Bella then hit the ground hard. Ah. Shit, David said. David's right arm was now out of its socket on its own. Starting to understand a little better, now. My semblance is not whistling to make you trip. It's manipulating living things with sound. Human, grim, animal, it doesn't matter none. As long as something can hear the sounds I produce, be it a symphony or a simple whistle, they cannot escape the effects of my semblance, Weza said. You could have killed me right away, David said. Oh, it's a possibility. But making someone, say, strangle himself takes a much more complicated piece. But again, I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to test you, Dik Begis, and this is stage 2. The only way to not be affected by my semblance is to stop it, Weza said. Very well, then. I will stop you cold, David said. Ah, see. That's the spirit, Weza said. David then activated Jack's inspiration. It's like a game. Who may you be, now, Weza asked. Your worst nightmare, David said. Are you, now? Did you forget that I only need a little tune to change, Weza said. But nothing happened. You. Are you, Weza said. David then was able to hit without any problems. Back in the forest. Wah. Hey, watch it. I just stole this jacket, you know. It's designer clothes, Andrea said. I don't care, Evelyn said. Of course you wouldn't. You make your own clothes like a peasant, Andrea said. Oh, you don't get it, do you? It's not just the clothes. I don't care about the shit pouring out of your mouth, I don't care why you're here before me. All I care about is carving you open and leaving your body strung up in this forest, Evelyn said. Ah, that imagery. That sounds wonderful, Evelyn. I think I'm gonna do it to you, though. Better idea, Andrea said. The two both gave each other a crazed look. Back inside Peak. David had to stop using Jack's inspiration as it was consuming too much aura. So you do have an aggressive bone in you, Dik Begis. You're an exceptionally versatile individual, HM. Custom made to potentially be able to deal with any situation. Indeed, the complete opposite of the Guardian, Weza said. Again. That flaming bastard said something similar. The Guardian of what? The Flame, maybe. How am I similar to him? And why, David asked. Only clearing stage 2 doesn't give you access to that kind of reward, David. Just be content with the metal. We shall take our leave for today, Weza said. Ah, David said. Grow strong, David. And always watch your back. Unlike me, Peak will try to kill you at every turn, Weza said. Good job, David. You're alright. Well, mostly, Deku said. Deku walked up to David whilst Carrier knocked out Titania. Deku. Those burns on Titania. Where is Bella, David asked. Taking a nap just like Titania. She's an explosive girl. Titania is a bit worse for wear. She did fling herself and Bella out of a window, Deku said. She what, David asked. Guess she has the same tactic as you, Deku said. But at least I didn't blow myself up this time, David said. True, you've improved a lot, Deku said. Indeed. You all did fine, especially you, Mr. Dik Begis. Considering your opponent, that was a more than splendid performance, Peach said. Professor Peach. You were looking, David asked. And ready to jump in. Did you really think I would leave my students without supervision while handling dangerous goods, Peach asked. No. No, you wouldn't, David said. Speaking of dangerous. We best go help the girls with their fights, Deku said. Right. Let's go. Hey, what are you, David asked. Setting your shoulder, Peach said. Bouncing ballistic bunny balance, that hurts, David shouted. Hey, keep it down. Some of us need to rest, Titania said. Well, it's time to wake up, Titania, Deku said. Moo, Titania said. The four then left Peak. Jack. Are you alright, Deku asked. I'm alright, partner. My sister just left. Seems like one of you did a number on Bella, Jack said. Oh, so that's why she wasn't where I defeated her, Titania said. That was more of a draw, Deku said. Hey, Titania said. What about Evelyn? She, David said. Focus. Her aura is coming close. Alongside someone else, Jack said. It doesn't feel like Howard, David said. Yeah. It's someone new, Deku said. And whoever it is, they are coming in fast. A little too fact actual. Holy. Scatter, Jack shouted. Evelyn and Andrea the flew past. Evelyn, David said. Gotcha, Andrea said. Evelyn then hit back. Bitch, Evelyn said. I do, Evelyn yelled. Deku then caught Andrea. Got her, Deku said. Good job. Don't let her go, Jack said. Hey, handsome. You must be Aiju, Andrea said. Deku said. Oh my gods, don't even think about it, Evelyn shouted. Well, you threw me at him, so there, Andrea said. Sorry, but don't think I'm going to let you go just because, Deku said. Andrea then began to gab and fondle Deku's crotch. Where the hell are you touching? Don't touch me, Deku said. Oh my. Next time, though, Andrea said. Andrea then tightened their grip. Deku screamed out in pain and let go of Andrea. She did not, Titania said. Partner, Jack said. Sorry, handsome. If you're all out here, it means we're done for the day. Don't wanna miss my ride, Andrea said. The only thing you're riding is the blade of my weapon. Mouth first, Evelyn said. Sounds like a fun afternoon, Andrea said. Jack, Titania and Peach gathered around Andrea. And you have such interesting arguments to convince me to stay. But allow me a rebuttal, Andrea said. Students, cover your, Peach said. Like dust, Andrea said. Everyone was then blinded by a bright light. Ack. That little, Titania said. Cheese. Getting away, David said. No, 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 Evelyn repeated over and over. As the light faded and began to recover, Evelyn then began to cry. Damn it, Evelyn shouted. Evelyn then had a total breakdown. Deku was quick to pull Evelyn into a hug. Evelyn. Was that, Deku asked. Evelyn nodded. It's okay. It's okay, Deku said. The others didn't really know what was going on and thought it best to leave Deku and Evelyn alone. After calming her down, they boarded the bullhead back to Beacon, though she did not leave Deku's embrace. Evelyn, David said. I'm sorry, David, Evelyn said. Carrots. What happened? Who was that girl, Jack asked. Hey. I'll tell you everything when we land. I guess it's time to even out, get everyone's cats out of the bag, Evelyn said. Ijuku. You know what happened, Jack asked. I don't have all the details, but... Yes, Deku said. They then soon arrived back at Beacon. Welcome back, everyone, Penny said. Team Jade were stunned by Penny's new look. Penny, David said. I knew you'd be surprised. How do I look, Penny asked. Well, different. You're taller, and... your chest, Evelyn said. The second thing. Out of everything about her that's changed, the second thing you mention is her breasts, Jack said. Oh, gimme a break. She was pretty flat, earlier, Evelyn said. Thanks for noticing my augmentations. Not too big, I hope, Penny said. Penny, that's not. Don't ask those kind of things out loud, Deku shouted. Oh, right, sorry. I guess I should ask in private, Penny asked. You're incredible, Penny. You wouldn't believe the doom and gloom on the trip back. But you broke it in seconds, Titania said. Shorter than that, I might say. A new record, if people actually took records of such things, Peach said. Gloom. Did something happen, Penny asked. Hey. Yes, but... I'm already feeling better, now. Thanks, girlfriend, Evelyn said. Yeah, thanks Penny. Let me just say you're looking good, Jack said. Yeah. So these are the modifications you mentioned, David asked. Talk about a growth spurt, Deku said. Thank you, but could you please tell me what happened? You look physically fine, so I guess the damage was emotional, Penny said. Yeah. That past I told you, Aiju and Daddy Dirtist about came back rearing its ugly head, Evelyn said. I guess that's what Isabella meant when they came for all of us, Jack said. Yeah. Alright, time to come clean. Let's go back to the room. If he's involved with Weiss, you need to know everything, Evelyn said. Yeah, let's, Jack said. Whoa, Evelyn. What exactly do you mean by? He, David asked. Exactly what it sounds like, Evelyn said. Hold up. You did not mention that, Deku said. No way, Titania said. Inconceivable, Peach said. Are you kidding me, Jack asked. Evelyn, sweetheart, you cannot be possibly saying that, David said. The murderous cottontail who ruined my Sunday is named Andrea Demarot, and despite appearances, he's my male cousin. Or what's left of him, Evelyn said. So, this is confusion, Penny said. The group then head for Team Jade's room. I wasn't born with these eyes, Evelyn said. Papa said they are an indication of aura splicing, Penny said. Someone altered your aura, Jack asked. Not someone. Something. A grim, Evelyn said. A grim. Wait, a grim that doesn't kill, David asked. This was a particular kind of grim, and when I met it, it wasn't even a grim. You know how there are grim that can possess objects, or make themselves bodies out of stuff. This is a grim that possesses people, Evelyn said. Possesses? Then, does that mean it was in a human body when it appeared before you, David asked. Or what was left of the poor soul? Emaciated, weak, I'm not sure how old they were or if it was a woman or a man that dropped at our doorstep. And no matter what, we couldn't get the grim mask off their face, Evelyn said. You took them in, Jack said. They died in my parents' bed 2 days later and literally crumbled to dust. What was left was a mass of black with bright red eyes, Evelyn said. It took a new host, Deku said. Not immediately. At first it just trapped us. My parents, my brother, my uncle and cousins. We were all locked in our house. Even as people desperately tried to break in, we couldn't do nothing but scream, Evelyn said. As it tried to change you. This is where the aura splicing comes into play, doesn't it? The Grim couldn't just take anyone as a host, Peach said. Apparently, no. And the process was painful. Everyone else in my family either died or went insane as that thing played with their bodies and aura, Evelyn said. Fuck. Man, I'm so sorry, Titania said. And in the end, Evelyn said. Only I and Andrea survived, Evelyn said. Why didn't it take you, David asked. Because Andrea asked it otherwise. It wasn't sacrifice, he didn't want to protect anyone. He wanted it to choose him so that it wouldn't choose me, Evelyn said. You mean? For him, it was a competition. That's preposterous, Penny said. The process warped his mind that much, Jack asked. No. No, that wasn't the Grim. Andrea had always been like that, Evelyn said. You know those kids who are more trouble than they're worth. They get a mine phase, or a grilling lizard's phase. Andrea had all of those together. Everything was a competition to him. He wanted bigger toys. He wanted to be in the first row at school. He wanted adults to praise him more. He wanted other kids to obey him, etc. The other kids were scared of him. The adults said it was just a phase. I kicked his ass every time I could. That night, All day, I couldn't tell you, everything was pitch black. He said. Evelyn said. No, 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 no. Not Evelyn, me. Me. I want it to be me, Andrea said. That thing had tortured and massacred our entire family. Before our eyes. And that little shit wanted it to take his body just to show me up. That's what my cousin is like. Well, was like. I guess that's just his body being driven around by the Grim, now. Either way, that thing needs to die, Evelyn said. Maybe not so, Evelyn Penny said. Hey, Evelyn said. Not the need for elimination. Your cousin being gone. Father gave me all the data he has collected on this Grim's attacks. This Grim has apparently been around for a long time. There are accounts of its leftovers that date back centuries ago. At most, though, 4 years passed between different attacks. Now they've stopped cold ever since, Penny said. 4. But you said that the possessed person that came to your house looked, David said. The possession takes a toll on the host's body. Because they are constantly fighting for dominance, Deku said. Your cousin had managed to host it for close to 10 years and he has grown healthy and strong, Peach said. And with a strange obsession with female bodies, Titania said. It's not a possession. It's a symbiosis, David said. They're collaborating, Evelyn said. In a dark area, Howard stood before the boss. Boss, this. It's too much, Howard said. I know it's hard, Howard. But I can't help you any further than this. You're just going to have to try. Again and again, until you succeed, the boss said. I fear you may expect too much of me, Sir, Howard said. I expect too much of you right now, that is clear. But what about the you in the future, the boss asked. Boss, Howard said. You humans. You have something that I lack. You can grow and change yourselves way more easily. We wouldn't be in this situation, otherwise. So, even if this task may be too much for you right now, the changed you from the future will be able to overcome it. Because failure will make him smarter, wiser, stronger, more experienced. Just make sure you survive, Howard, and I'll show you that there's still enormous untapped potential in you, the boss said. Yes, boss, Howard said. End of chapter 32.